Alrighty, good morning. So, Once Human is my go-to game. It's my go-to online game, and it's been my go-to online game for about the better part of, I would say, a year. Yeah, you finally caught a beginning of a stream, which means you will get nonstop calls for the next 4 hours. So I know a lot of people don't care for Once Human. The truth of the matter is, a lot of people that play Once Human don't really care for Once Human. And that is because the developers, how can I say politely? Okay, I can't, so fuck it, I won't. The development team is not exactly doing a stellar job of driving the game to a good spot. So, for example, yesterday their 2-year anniversary patch came out, and as you can see from today, the title of today's show is "Did it hit or fall flat?" I think the problem is, this is definitely a game where you can absolutely tell the developers go home and then they don't play the game. Like, if they played the game, they would realize there is no logical reason for half of the stuff that you did, and you're being disrespectful of the player time. And as you've heard me talk for years about video games, one of the most important features of any game is that they're respectful of your time. Because the moment they're not respectful of your time, especially with online games, you go and you play something else. And every minute that you're playing something else is an opportunity that another company grabs you and doesn't get you back. For example, I like grand strategy games. I like turn-based games. War Tales is an amazing game. I love War Tales. It doesn't scratch the same itch as, say, the last one. It doesn't scratch the same itch as, say, Crusader Kings 3. Because Crusader Kings 3 is a completely different is a completely different beast. Crusader Kings 3 has a patch coming out, and not only does it have a patch coming out, it has a patch coming out the day after my birthday. So that, to me, is like tier 1 game. Like, I want to pencil in the new Crusader Kings 3 expansion. I've been playing, I've taken a break from CK3 because I'm back to playing this, but I think Starry Studios and NetEase, I don't think anybody has told them how disrespectful of player time you are. They put in a new shiny mod progression system. In order to access your shiny mod reward, let me go to Unstable Bomber, because that's the only one I got. You have to have an Unstable Bomber 360 points. Your mod level to 360 to unlock a shiny. For some of that, you need to have, to get your shiny in gloves, 1,275 points. The problem with that is that requires me to farm mods for builds that I don't want. I don't want to build an elemental build. NetEase isn't really known for caring for players' time. They're really good at pump and dump gacha games. So yeah, for the last 2 years, I was really impressed by Starry Studios and NetEase and how they had done Once Human, and how they had done Where Winds Meet, and how they had done Marvel Rivals. But then lately, they've been pushing out a lot of cosmetics for Once Human. Now, I'm never going to be the gamer that says, oh God, they're pushing out cosmetics, because it's a completely free-to-play game. There's no paywall. There's no pay to win. So they have to make their money somehow. But you gotta realize the limitations of the system. Like, for years and years and years, I've talked about the two meats theory. I think when you go to a buffet, you can pull 2 meats off the buffet. I think if you pull 3 meats off the buffet, you're being a fatty. You're being greedy. And if you pull all 4 meats off the buffet, then we gotta like roll you out the back door or something. And I think game developers need to hear that, because you got box price, you got monthly sub, you've got cosmetic cash shop, and then you've got pay to win mechanics. And then inside of that, you can have like paywalls, you can have like a freemium game. The problem becomes when you start getting excessively greedy. I think game developers forget, when you get excessively greedy, that forgets you. You lose players that would have spent $5 because you set up the systems where you expect them to pay $50. Rail brought it up to my attention last night. The patch came up last night. We jumped into it, which I'm glad I did, because I had to spend like almost an hour opening all my compensation mod boxes. And then he looks at the new dying system, and the new dying system costs cash. And then somebody figured out to dye your cosmetic the way you want could actually cost more than the cosmetic sold for. Now, this is a terrible, terrible, terrible direction to go, because that is a slap in the face to the people who did support you. Look, you want to charge like $1.99 for 50 dye markers? Sure, probably okay. $1.99, $2.99. I wouldn't go up as far as $4.99, but you want to charge a little bit to sell dye for an existing cosmetic? costume, sure, not a big deal. It's $1.99. If I could dye some of my cosmetics red and black, because I like the red and black motif, I would do that for $1.99. Sure, $1.99, and I'm not even thinking about it. But then you start talking about 30, 40, 50 bucks. Nah, that doesn't work. And then Rail started going, he didn't do it, but he started going in and messing with the dyeing. It's not even good dye. What I mean by that is, it's not like it's a clean palette. You see the bleed through of the other colors. So it's like you want people to pay top dollar for something that you barely put the time into. And what chaps my ass so much is that Once Human was killing it. Once Human was at launch. It had bugs. It had problems. It had performance issues. It had desyncing. It had lagging. It had I'm not going to make excuses for it, but it was like a solid 6.5 weeks, week 7 at launch. And every time they do a patch, every time they do a major content drop, they keep walking us in a circle. Like you do 3 good things and 6 boneheaded things, and then you wonder why people are upset with the game. I just don't get it. And then on top of that, when I tell you this next piece, they created a new content creator website. And my YouTube account is not managed by a Gmail account. I didn't know some of you may not know this, but you can manage your YouTube channel through your Google Workspace. And if you do that, mine is the ParadoxGaming.net administrator manages the YouTube. I can't log into their content creator program with that login because they only have it set to accept Gmail accounts. And then I used my personal Gmail account, and I can't link my YouTube. I can only link my Twitch and my Discord and my whatever the hell else the other one is. I could link my TikTok probably. Oh, you like the Jester cap? Yeah, I like the Jester cap too. I sometimes wear the bowler hat, but I like the Jester hat. Also goes with the Jester face. I didn't see what Rail said. The system was a gut punch. 2 years of farming mods for builds that outperform 90% of players, and according to the ranking thing, I'm a fucking chump. Yeah, sometimes I like to bounce things off of my wife. My wife is a gamer, but she doesn't play this game. So I bounced it off my wife, and after explaining to my wife that if I spent all my time grinding for the mods for my build, and I have the top 0.1% build, I'm actually further behind today than somebody who was a generalist because of how they did the points. A level 17 mod should not be ranked 1 point higher than a level 16 mod if the weight of getting that level 17 mod wasn't an equal rank. I don't think that they thought through all their systems. If a level 17 mod is a 1% drop, and it's probably less than 1%, and we know that because the system tells us the pity system starts at less than 1%. If you know there's a less than 1% chance of somebody getting a level 17 mod, then a level 17 mod must be worth more than just 1 point over a 16 and 2 points over a 15. Especially if that's how you're going to give people the next boost in power. Look, I'm not saying hand out everything for free. I'm saying hand out things not equally, but equitably. There's people I know last night that they're generalists. They do a lot of things okay, but they don't do any one thing great. They're not like the server best in anything. And no joke, they were like, yeah, I got 7 or 8 shiny mods. Are game studios fucked in the West? I don't see a reality where these large companies figure out how to stop creating games with massive amounts of dev cost. Well, let me say it this way. In a hypothetical situation, if I was brought in to save Ashes of Creation, the first thing I would do would be to strip all of the systems down to their core component. But I would make sure that while building the core component, like, I would know what my desired end state is, and I would know what my budget affords. But when I built this, I would make sure it accommodates this. It's a CPI term. It's Lean Six Sigma, Toyota Production System. What's your ideal state? What's the state that you can get to today? How much money do you have to get to today? If it costs you a penny to prepare for next week's dollar, spend the penny today. And that's where I think more game companies need to slow down. You don't have to have the, oh my god, what the fuck, barbecue chicken, this is the greatest game ever, game of the century, this game is so good, people are going to start saying this MMO was the first MMO. But I think these game companies need to figure out, you need to have good roots, good bones, good foundation, good structure, and those systems be able to accommodate your desired end state. While Final Fantasy XIV, their games have just grown with so much bloat that they're spending as much time reworking the game as they are creating organic content for the game. Do I think devs who produce price points for their games these days think about the difference between 1,000 players playing 5 and 100 players paying 50? So that is a great question. That is an awesome question, but here's the thing. I think devs do think about the difference between 1,000 players who pay 5 and 100 who pay 50. I know gamers don't want to hear me say this, but you're fucking cheap. You're fucking cheap. You want to play free-to-play games, and you don't want to leave the developer any way to make money. So then, it's cheaper for the developer to have 100 players that pay 50 rather than 1,000 that pay 5. Because remember, and this is what, I'm so fucking tired of dealing with people with a double-digit IQ. I'm like, when I say that, they're like, well, server space isn't that expensive. I'm not saying that it's expensive. I'm saying that if you have 1,000 people all paying nothing and they cost you $1 for the month, you lost $1,000 having those players. Your whale has to spend the $1 for them and then $1,000 to cover all these non-paying people. And people are like, well, how do you figure it costs them $1? Well, they have to store your character, right? They have to have server space for all the non-paying players. And that right there, storage space and server space are large costs. It does depend on what kind of game you're creating. Some types of games require those 1,000 players to function. That's a great statement, but it's bullshit. It's absolutely bullshit. If you need 1,000 players for the game to function, then your game should not be a free-to-play game. If you need 1,000 players for a system to function, then you need to monetize accordingly so that from the beginning you offset. Mortal Online 2 is a great example of this. I like the developer of Mortal Online 2. Why? Because I had an interaction with him. He heard everything that I was talking about the game. He said, yeah, I agree with you. He said, there's nothing you're saying that I don't agree with. But then 2 people from that community came into my channel when I was reviewing Mortal Online 2, and they told me that I should get the fuck out of the game because I was suggesting things that was going to, quote, destroy the soul of the game. Well, here's the other side of that equation. if your game has never seen more than 2,000 players, right? If your game has never had a large existing player base, then I'm not killing the soul of your game. Your game's already dead. You need, if your game needs X amount of players, god damn it, it went through the floor. If your game needs X amount of players and you're not getting it, you have a bad game. If we're talking specifically about MMOs, then 2,000 is not enough. Well, let me back up. It doesn't matter if it's an MMO or it's an online game. Online game is going to incur costs. Now, the difference is you have a single player game, a Crusader Kings 3, a War Tales, a Civ 6, 7, 9, 30. I don't know what Civ we're on anymore. Then the reality becomes you have to sell enough copies to decide, are we going to make an expansion or are we going to cut our losses? Personally, I know this is going to torque some people off of me. That's okay. Crusader Kings 3 has become so, how shall we say, discombobulated. They need to cut a part of the Crusader Kings 3 development team and start working on the foundation for Crusader Kings 4. I think they've learned an awful lot. Technology has come a long way since they made CK3. I think the logical statement now is, holy shit, we let this game get pulled in 9 different directions. Let's revamp. Once Human, same thing. They have 15, 16, no, they have 9 or 10 different scenarios. 2 visional wheels. And so nobody knows what the soul of the game is anymore. There's probably 100,000 Mecha Chameleons on Steam right now that just haven't been discovered because word of mouth and content creator exposure drives success to those kind of games. I do agree with you, and that's why I don't think Intrepid Studios or the new Intrepid Studios has the first chance in hell of being successful unless they, number one, whoever becomes the guy at Ashes of Creation is going to have to be a person that can apologize for other people's failures, because you're gonna have to do an awful lot of apologizing to the community. Right. They would get, I don't think they would get backlash on I don't think they would get backlash on starting a Crusader Kings 4. And here's why. Because you're not trying to do Crusader Kings 4 next week. You're trying to set it up years from now. You want to spend that 3-4, yeah, pre-production, absolutely. They need to look at it and say, what did we learn? What could we learn? And there's the crux of your problem. Then you have games like Warframe and Path of Exile, which really do require large player bases, specifically due to needing to capture a certain percentage of the base buying microtransactions. Right, which is why I don't think okay. Cool. Which is why I think that you have to understand the price pointing. And I don't think a lot of developers understand that. We know for certain Steven Shreve didn't understand that, because we've seen the emails, we've heard the sworn statements that Steven legitimately thought that, well, I don't know if he legitimately thought this, but I'm gonna say he's credited with saying this. When Alpha 2 started, he said to investors, we're gonna make 22 to 44 million, somewhere in those ranges. We're gonna make this much money. Are you fucking insane? You think you're gonna make 44 million on an Alpha 2 sale? Really? They made significantly less. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but it was not much. It was a couple of million. We've got a bad situation where gamers want everything for free and developers want you to spend $1 million. And the reality is, you could do very well in a game if you stop trying to chase these numbers that you don't understand. Mobile gaming makes up 51% of the global network gaming. It accounts for 51% of video game expenditure. Cool. Got you. It's a fact. I love facts. The problem is, a lot of that is volume buying. People, like I said, Plague Inc. When I used to have to sit there, before I could even go into the meeting, I'd have to sit around. So why did I pay the $4.99 for Plague Inc? Because it was a nice, simple game I could keep on my phone, and it was good for about 30 to 45 minutes when I had to wait for a meeting to start. That's why I paid them the $4.99. That doesn't mean now that I'm retired, I'm very unlikely to ever spend money on a mobile game again. Very, very unlikely. Why? Because if I'm home and I'm up, I'll be at my PC. And if I'm not at my PC and I'm not home, I'm obviously doing something else where I don't need Plague Inc. on my phone anymore. I'm not going to whip out Plague Inc. when I go to the Fox Theater while I'm waiting for Beetlejuice to start, right? I'm not going to whip it out if I'm at Disney World. So some game developers are looking at the mobile market saying, we need to break into that. Okay, well then make a mobile game. But don't try to say, how do we bring in mobile into our MMORPG? To be honest, most of PC console gaming is not in the same stratosphere as mobile gaming. Might as well consider them two different industries. Yeah, you have to consider them two different industries. You must consider them two different industries. But they don't. I think ArcAge may have completely ruined sandbox MMOs for me. In my opinion, I will never experience a game that makes me feel the way that game did ever again. So, I'll be honest. Say Robert Dawson is looking for a creative director. He's going to bring his own executive producer in, somebody to manage the hows. The how much is. But say he rings up my phone and says, hey Jay, I really like your show, I like your coverage. I'd like you to fly out to California and meet with me so that we can figure out what we should do with Ashes of Creation. I think that they could pull off Ashes of Creation. But I think, they need somebody to come in. They need somebody who can put water on the burning bag of dog shit on the porch. Right? But the person that they come in to be the producer, and I know this is going to sound fucking ass backwards for some game development people, and I would never say this about a game starting from square one and moving forward. Whoever Intrepid brings in to help right the ship, they need to bring in a person who has absolutely no say, has no yes say. They only have veto say. So, hypothetical situation, I walk in and I say, I want 1,000 versus 1,000 guild sieges. The top producer guy needs to look at me and say, not just no, but fuck no. 750 versus 750? 500? 300? Okay, now we're talking. Okay, so I want 1,000 versus 1,000 people to be involved. Can we do this 5 point of access system? Yeah, we can. That's what they need. They don't need a 7-headed Hydra to come in and try to save Ashes of Creation. What they need is a series of people that work as checks and balances, perceives and creates. They need a voice of reason. Yes, they do. Ashes of Creation specifically needs a voice of reason. But that voice of reason for Ashes of Creation needs to be Rob Dawson because he's the guy with the money. It needs to be Jason Karamanis because he's the guy that is hella invested. That they need, that particular project needs 3 balancing acts. They need a guy that says, this is how much money you have. You need a guy that says, with this much money, I can do A, B, C, 1, 2, 3, red, yellow, blue. And then a person that goes over and says, I need B, blue, 3. And then they need to hash that out. Like, some people would be mad at me. I don't give a shit. If Ashes of Creation legitimately wants to try to launch, what they need to do is they need to break apart the node system. First of all, they need half as many nodes as I saw in alpha testing. You don't... Shit, man. When I played Arcade, and somebody mentioned Arcade ruined them, you had Austera and Yenistir, and that was really about it. Like, that was really the fuck... You had, like, the little Haranian camp in their starting zone. You had the little Firin one, and then you had the little Warborn one. But it was really, these are the 2 main cities. You should have to travel 30 to 40 minutes on foot between the main cities. If you're not doing that, your content density is already fucked. So number 1, strike half of the nodes. Number 2, get rid of the 4 node types. Number 3, get rid of the 4 election processes. Number 4, get rid of the 9 variable architectures. Take all of that, park it in the parking lot, and have those things, get the system working first, and then break. When the system is working, how much money do we have now? Oh, we still have $3 million. All right. Well, if we still have $3 million, do we want to how do we want, where do we want to spend that? Where do we want to put that? Oh, do we want to put it over here? Do we want to put it somewhere else? I think that's where you're going to see Ashes of Creation fail. The node system, as it originally designed when I heard about it, sounded a lot more fun. It did. It did sound a lot more fun. You're absolutely correct. The problem is what they ended up having and delivering ended up being fucked. And that's where Once Human has unfortunately drifted to bring it back to Once Human for a second. They have gone in 9 different directions. And because they have gone in 9 different directions, I don't know realistically if they can salvage this game, because they just spent an awful lot of time fucking about with first person mode. Okay? I don't need to play in first person mode. I'm not saying it's bad, right? I'm not saying it's bad moving into first person mode. But break. If you're not going to be honest about why you're trying to do first person mode, then your game is doomed to failure. You are trying to capture a different gaming crowd. And there's nothing wrong with trying to catch a different gaming crowd. But you already have an audience. Like, we had I think less than 2 million people pre-register for this new expansion. And they've had 10 million at launch, 15 million on mobile. There is some crossover, but you can't get more than like 2 million people. Well, that lets you know people have lost confidence in your game. I saw what you said. To get Ashes back on track, you're going to need some of the original coders. Picking up others' codes is rough, but if it's bad code, ain't no way. Spaghetti code is a term for a reason. 100% agree with you. 100% acknowledge you're right. I'm not a coder, so I don't have a dog in the fight. But what I will say is, if time and time again, the same statement comes out from unrelated, disconnected coders that aren't talking to themselves, if they all say the same thing, there's probably something worth listening to. The other problem is a lot of Ashes of Creation is in tech debt. A lot of it is like incomplete. Well, I don't know Rob Dawson personally, but I do know big money people. This would be my knowledge with generals. I know big money people, and what they want is they want shit done. It's the joke I tell when I sit down with a champion, and that's a process owner, when I do a CPI event. A lot of times I can sense that the process owner wants to fix a problem by throwing money at it. You can't fix every problem by throwing money at it, because not every problem can be solved with more. And I know this is a really goofy analogy, but it's meant to get people thinking. Due to my poor planning, I don't have a baby available for next month. If I need a baby available for next month, I can't get 9 women pregnant today to speed up a 9-month process. I can get 1 woman pregnant today and have 1 baby in 9 months. I can get 9 women pregnant today and have 9 babies in 9 months. But I cannot have a baby around next month. Now, somebody could say, but you could adopt. You're right. I could. But is that an exact solution to my problem? Or is that an incomplete understanding? Well, yeah, Wolfgar's like, I can go to the hospital and get you one. But the problem is, why did I need a baby next month? Because people don't hear why do you need a baby? Oh, I need an individual that's a genetic match for me, so that when the baby is born, I can take their stem cells, and hopefully, luckily, that baby has the right blood type, so we can use my genetic material that's 50% mine for what oh shit, man, that's you didn't mention, I just went and I got you a baby. You didn't say you needed a genetically matched baby. I don't know Rob Dawson, but I understand his frustration. And again, just because I say I understand his frustration does not in any way, shape, or form condone his behavior and Aaron Bartel's behavior towards the employees. Saying I understand your situation does not mean I condone your behavior. These are two radically different things. I like pancakes does not mean I hate waffles. You have to ask me my opinion on waffles. So I don't think... Oh, the whole update is just to get ready for the console launch. Pretty sure they pushed first person. Yeah, it's for the console release. That's ultimately, I think you are right. Ultimately why they developed this the way they did. It was because they want that console release. New animations as well. Many times in first-person games, the arms and whatnot are put there strange positions. You can see this with the shadows from the swimming animation and stuff. Yeah, absolutely. Going into first-person camera mode isn't just something that you can slap together over a weekend. It's organically a different art style, a different animation style. You're absolutely right. Moving to a first-person mode is far more difficult than people realize. It's a large endeavor and requires all new camera and view rigging. Yeah, it's a very large developmental investment. Now, if they think they need first person for their console release to be successful, then it makes sense that they went down 40 miles of road to nowhere. You didn't get anywhere. You went on a 40-mile loop. You took the back road that just loops around your property. Why? Because you wanted to go for a drive. You didn't want to get anywhere. Well, it doesn't help the PC players, but if it helps the console players. Why are we talking about Ashes anyways? Because Ashes is a great talking point, and honestly, every gamer for the next 10 years should be talking about Ashes, because it's going to ripple effect. It's going to ripple effect how video games are made and how video games are developed. I think once human will ever be taken down, I mean, once human will eventually be taken down, I see them, their first step, I see their first step is trying to move into console to get more money. Ashes will forever be a cautionary tale on many different subjects. Ashes will forever be a cautionary tale for about every I can't think of any subject that Ashes touches that Ashes won't be the cautionary tale for. Microsoft is laying off people. Yeah, that's another, oh shit. That's another really big what the fuck. I don't understand why Microsoft bought what Microsoft bought if they weren't going to push if they weren't going to push a game out. ZeniMax laying off people, Microsoft laying off core people at Xbox laying off people, Blizzard laying off people. But that takes us back to oh, if you haven't heard anything about Ashes in months, I did a 4-hour show last Monday about Ashes of Creation because there was so much. There was so much news last month. Yeah, Elder Scrolls Online laying off 50% of their staff. Many of the larger studios are very bloated. I don't know that, and you don't know that. Nobody knows if they're bloated. It looks like they're bloated, but if they're working on 10 games and they don't know which games they're keeping, then They're not bloated, they're just not sure what's going to come to market. But again, the bloat for some things is literally we thought more manpower would get this done faster, and it's not going to get it done faster. More manpower doesn't fix my problem. That was one of these one of the absolute most frustrating parts about being a officer on a base before we had the lifetime or the lifespan of commanders growing. Because a long time ago in a land far away, you had the air base wing and the flying wing at Air Force bases. The air base wing wasn't run by a pilot. It was run by a line officer who had a specialty, who had grown up with one of the specialties: logistics, security forces, civil engineering. So you had the air base wing controlled by a person who knew how air bases worked, and you had the flying mission run by people who knew how to fly. And then they decided that this was a terrible concept, mainly because it meant that the pilots couldn't get promoted to higher ranks. So what they did is they got rid of the air base wing and the flying wing idea, and they put the entire base under the command of the base's mission. Meaning if your base is a flying mission, your base is commanded by a pilot. That sounds great until you find out that that pilot doesn't know the first thing about anything other than being a pilot. And so it was always difficult as the IDO because I had a skill set that the wing commander didn't understand at all. So we're falling behind on a deployment. And he comes to the flight line, he says, "What do you need?" I said, I don't need, what I need is for you to call these units and rip them a new ass because they're not doing their job. And every time without fail, somebody would say to me, "Well, would more bodies in the cargo yard be helpful?" Sir, every month I ask to have our augmentee program plussed up. Every month I'm told those units can't spare augmentees. He's like, "Well, I can get you 200 bodies." For what, sir? They're not trained. They don't know how to drive forklifts. They don't know how to check cargo. They don't know how to sign HAZDEC. Sir, can we have this conversation after this deployment and put these fixes in place? Well, at that point, it's not his ass on the line, so he's not worried about fixing it. And that's how these game development companies are. Bad leadership. Ashes of Creation needs to be a case study in how not to build a video game. Once Human needs to be a case study in how we don't know what the punchline will be. We can pretty much read the writing on the wall. We can't say for certain Once Human is going to completely fail. For all we know, it goes on to console and picks up 3 million players. Do I think it's going to? No, I do not. I think it might pick up 1 million players on console for maybe a month. And then it won't retain them. And the people it does retain will be free-to-play players who will then bitch and whine and complain that the game is no good. But then you ask them how much they've spent and they said 0. So then you say, well, how do you want them to develop if you're not paying them? Kind of like that phrase, if you don't vote, don't whine. If you don't spend, don't whine. Like, great, I'm glad to have you in the game, but I don't give a shit about your opinion because you're not a customer. Did I hear about Nintendo ending Mario Kart Galaxy? I did hear about Nintendo ending something. If I didn't know it was Mario Kart Galaxy. Which is funny because I got not a ton of hate, but I got a little bit of hate on my Stop Killing Games review. And what I said was, the Stop Killing Games initiative, good in spirit, bad in direction abysmal in process. Everybody was all about, and granted, Thor, he was an asshole about it. But everyone said, oh, the Stop Killing Games initiative got their signatures, the Stop Killing Games thing. Literally exactly what I said. EU's regulatory body said, we can't compel, we don't have the legal authority to compel an organization to develop things in a way that incurs them additional cost. Like, I'm not siding with the developers. I'm not siding with the gamers. I'm siding with the idea that we need to recognize this is a problem, and what would an equitable solution be? XL Games and Kakao, they decide they're no longer going to push ArcAge. ArcAge is no longer be a live product. Cool. If you are completely going to abandon the IP, then make the source code available online. That's what people say. The problem with that is some of that source code is proprietary. How do we overcome we don't want to make this source code open source because we use the same source code in other games that we are still actively publishing? You're asking us to give you stuff that could be used to reverse engineer our other operational games. And so then the problem becomes, well, how do we ensure that the game doesn't fail to meet the obligation? Well, what you have to do then is keep one server up. And you don't even really have to maintain it. You can just say, you know what? Fuck it. It's still playable. It's been a few months since I've been on vacation. What's happening? Is everything okay with the feet? How are the kids? Was Disney fun? Both my Disney trips were fun. I took the middle child. I'm sorry. I took the second youngest child. Holy fuck, I got too many kids. I took the second youngest kid with me to Disney. She enjoyed it. She hadn't been to Disney since she was like 13. And then I went with just me, my wife, and the youngest kid, and that was fun. I just got back. I drove from Southern Illinois to South Carolina on Monday. Visited with my daughter and my grandkids. The next day, I saw my grandkids a little bit longer, then I drove home. I started having chest pain. I need to talk to my doctor about what sea level do I need to stay under so that my chest doesn't feel like it's compressing. The feet are still attached. I do have to see a few more doctors, but ultimately I'm in good shape. I just haven't had a chance to really prepare a politics show. There's so much going on in the world of politics right now. It actually is just mind-numbingly stupid. And you can't really have a conversation about politics anymore because everybody is so ideology has become their identity. Like, oh my God, you insulted President Trump. Yes, I did. I did insult President Trump. I'm allowed to have that opinion. The only difference between President Trump and me is that I'm not allowed to. He's just protected. I can't wish harm to him. Yeah, Ukraine is doing well. From what I've seen, Stop Killing Games does not have a good answer to the fact that it would be damaging to the company to release their source code. Giving away the game isn't the same thing as giving away the code for the game. Right, and that's what I said was, you, like, the crew, you want Ubisoft to make The Crew playable on your own PC. So what you're asking them to do is spend time, effort, energy, resources writing code for a mode they never wanted to support in the first place. And they said, well, other games, you can play other games from your home PC without like co-op. And I said, but why would you be expecting a co-op mode from The Crew when you bought it and it didn't have a co-op mode? Like, that's where Stop Killing Games has the 10-word answer, and 10-word answers kill you in politics. Cool. I'm 100% on your side. We have to figure out a way to ensure that people can continue to enjoy the product that they paid for. I am not against that. However, the solution to that isn't expecting a company that's mothballing a product right? We're a failing company. Yep. And now, as a failing company, we have to have $1 million to be in compliance. Well, then they'd say, okay, well, we acknowledge the law, but this game studio is shutting. All that would do is turn game studios into like the Chinese place over in O'Fallon, where their business license is China King number 47. Why is their business license China King number 47? Because they've been shut down 46 other times. So when they get shut down, they get new owners. They close for 3 days, get new owners, change a few things, power clean the kitchen, open, and it's the same. In 2 months, it's going to be the same dirty, cockroach-infested place. It would be the same thing with game studios. We need an actual answer. And this is where I'm the unpopular guy, because I say if you spend 1 second talking about the problem and 99 seconds talking about the solution, you've just demonstrated that you didn't understand the problem. This isn't a problem you can solve by saying all the developer needs to do is X. Because that's not all the developer needs to do. There's a lot more pieces. After that ruling, Blizzard started shutting down all the third-party servers left and right. Yeah. I think part of why Blizzard waited until after the European ruling was because they didn't want to, how can I say this? They didn't want to give the discussion any more fuel for the fire. So what we do is we wait until this ruling comes down, gets handed down. And now that the ruling's handed down, now we can do what we had planned on doing all along without running the risk. The EU ruling was that there is nothing the EU can do about what Stop Killing Games wanted. We can't tell game companies what they have to do, or what they have to do, what they should do, anything of the sort. So, seems like a mismanagement of resources. Sorry, I didn't see that comment come in. I don't know when you said it, but I agree with you. A lot of what I was talking about previously is a mismanagement of resources. Surprising for the EU, they try to tell everybody what to do. That, you're not wrong. You are not wrong in the slightest. But, right? You can't really... and it was hard to watch the Stop Killing Games fiasco as it played out, because I really, 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 really support the idea. But then people got mad as I was reading the Stop Killing Games initiative, and I was like, yeah, I support the idea, but I think this is dog water. Like, I'm not trying to be mean, but I don't think you have the first fucking clue as to, like, the impact you're asking for. So you knew I knew they were going to lose that ask, because what I said would happen was MMOs would no longer ever have a box price then. Because then you didn't buy anything. Like I said, Stop Killing Games is going to move to a situation where what you're going to do is you're going to have everything as a service. So what do you have now? No more physical copies of games. You are 100% beholden on accessing your games through an online digital service. I saw somebody linked that if your PlayStation account is dormant for 3 to 6 months, I don't know which one, they can close it. So now you have to make sure to log into your online account every 3 to 6 months, or you could, in theory, lose all your games. Yeah, the EU ruling could not legislate what a private company can do with their privately owned IP, and they had no way to continue upholding private property rights and implement the Stop Killing Games initiative. And I get it, it sucks, right? It sucks. Person that I like to banter with on Once Human, they said they didn't know if they were going to be able to get the patch installed because their big solid state drive broke, and they don't have the money for another one. And the last time they had a really big problem installing Once Human because of how it downloads this giant ass file and then unpackages it. 1 second. So, I think that's where, like, too many people get offended because you're not instantly on their side. Look, I'm never going to be on your side because I'm your friend. I'm going to be on your side if you're right. And if you're not right, I'm not going to be on your side because I'm not an enabler. And being on your side, even if you're wrong, is an enabler. That's not a friend. Like, look, I don't hate you because I'm saying I think you need to take your bullshit idea, go back to the drawing board with it, and think about it. Like, let's look into this a little bit more. What would be a better middle ground? I think Stop Killing Games would have had more success if their goal was to say something along the lines of, like cigarettes, if the game won't be playable, if the company has sole discretion to decide the game will no longer be the game will no longer be available. So I think Stop Killing Games would have been better served if their initial response was disclaimers. Because disclaimers get gamers' attention. That's why they hide all the stuff in the small print. Because gamers don't read the small print. What I saw you say, who needs friends when you have a partner? I always agree with them in public, but when we get home, yeah. And that's the important part. I'm not going to disagree with my wife in public. My wife's right when we're in public. But when we get home, we're going to talk about how that could have been handled better. But I think, as I always say, the solution starts with the gamers. Stop Killing Games should have moved to have disclaimers put on. Notice, this is an online game, and your access to this game can be terminated at will by the publisher. Well, now, they might not sell as many... They might not sell as many copies of the game because people are going to see that disclaimer, and that disclaimer becomes a stigma. And that stigma, right? That stigma drives sales down. Which I think is already in the EULA, which of course nobody reads. Okay, so many video game company and user license agreements are not legally sufficient. At least in the United States. In the United States, there is a doctrine, a precedent of lay understanding. That is why some forms you sign are a single page. Like at a hospital, you sign the disclaimer form. The majority of them have a procedure form, which is just about a page. Why? Because they don't want there to be any confusion at all over whether or not you understood what you were signing. Tryon World, Van Fleet et al. Versus Tryon Worlds, the judge talked about, you have a disagreement between your end user license agreement and your terms of service. And it's so convoluted. How is a non-lawyer supposed to be able to do this? So it is in the EULA, but most gamers don't read that either. Gamers are buying pre-orders for digital copies of a game. We deserve to get fucked by corporations. I know people aren't going to be happy with that statement from you, Astro, but yeah, we deserve to be fucked by corporations because FOMO, fear of missing out. If you don't pre-order, you're not going to get the super duper deluxe steampunk outfit with the black top hat and the monocle. So what do people do? They fucking pre-order. I will not pre-order again. I will not pre-order anything again. I'm tired of the marketing. I'm tired of the predatory marketing. It's predatory marketing. It's not predatory business practices, but it's predatory marketing. I'm gonna hold on to my money. Yeah, I might buy an early access game that I can play and test and give feedback on, but I'm never pre-ordering again. I'm never giving an MMO. Now, I do pre-order the CK3 packages because I like CK3 and I want to support the company, and I already have a playable game. There's a little bit of a difference. Yeah, the chapters are a good deal. But it's not like I'm funding a game that's coming out in 3 years. It's not like we have fucking Star Citizen. It's not like this is Star Citizen where they've raised $1 billion and we still don't have a game. Right? Yeah, those DLCs will be good enough even if they're not perfect. The fuck did this guy post that shit? Nobody wants to come here. I think Baldur's Gate 3 was one of the best early access experiences I have seen. I deliberately did not get involved in the Baldur's Gate 3 early access. Because I wanted to enjoy the game without the break between playing it in early access and then getting the rest of the game. I did see the Divinity game. I do trust that studio. I think that what Master Blaster said is a very important consideration. Do we trust Larian Studios? Larian Studios has put out really great games, and now they're putting out another Divinity game. Are we gonna pre-order that? Well, I don't know, because then are we watering down the statement of I'm not pre-ordering anymore? Will I early access it if it's available early access like BG3 was? Absolutely. Will I pre-order it based on an ideal? Probably not, and the gaming industry can all personally thank Steven Shreve for that. I mean, I never invested more money into Ashes of Creation than I could afford to lose. I'm one of the fortunate ones. Yeah, I went into Ashes between my account and my wife's account for about $2,000. About 200 on mine and 800 on hers. But I made 33 grand in the process of being the Ashes 101 guy, which then led to me running the PGN Music. Unless a discount is offered or they let you play several days early, there isn't any point in pre-ordering, especially digital. 100% agree with you. 100% agree with you. %. If I'm not getting access to something today, then I'm done. I'm not giving you my money. The chapters for CK3, a little bit different because I want your company to continue to be successful. And I already have a game that I can play. I already have 10,000 hours of content. There are some select few studios like CK3 and Paradox, but it requires years of trust in proven products. Right. I'll even say this. As much as I like Cyberpunk, I don't think I would pre-order Cyberpunk 2. As a soon-to-be game dev, pre-order sounds like a great tool to gauge engagement, but the issue is really snake oil salesman. Yeah, you're right. As a game dev, pre-orders are one mechanism to gauge engagement. You know what else you can do if you want to gauge engagement? Have people sign up and pre-register with no dollar amount, just so you can see how effective your social media marketing campaign is getting. I would pre-order Cyberpunk just because I'm okay supporting that specific studio, and I love the game. See, I could get down with that. I could. But why CD Projekt Red is a little bit of an apprehension on my part is because they lied. They lied to us, right? They cut a bunch of content out that was supposed to be in the core game in order to make a release date, and then they told us that it was all expansion content. But then a developer that had worked there said, no, it was never expansion content. All of that was originally supposed to be in the core game. And it got cut out. So that left a little bit of a salty taste, right? I don't... Like, if you're going to cut stuff, then just say you had to cut it in order to make the launch timeline. But then don't sell me Liberty City for another $30 and only give me back the content you took out. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you had given me the content, if you had given me if you had given me the Liberty City content for free, because most of that was supposed to be in the core game, and then you had done a expansion, I would have bought the expansion, because I would have been like, okay, you put back in everything that you had taken out, and now you'd put a cherry on top. But again, I think the other thing that we all have to remember is I'll spend my money how I want to spend my money. I'll tell you why I want to spend my money that way. But if you want to spend your money a different way, feel free to spend your money a different way, because it's your money. It's not my money. The only time I'm going to have a problem with how you spend your money is if you owe me money. There's an entire finished and modeled Miltech corporate headquarters. Yeah. Sony is not doing physical copies of their game anymore. That is true. There's an issue with the studio not renewing their license for some movies, and people who had them lost them. If they ever get a new license, they won't get it back. So as much as I hate to say this is how IP distribution and ownership works, yes, that is true. If they don't renew the license, at the end of the license, your digital rights to that piece end. Which means, even if they do resolve the licensing agreement down the road, you technically no longer have a valid license because your license expired. That is the huge rattlesnake in the deal of digital ownership. If you technically, you could have technically your Amazon account, you could stop paying for it. You could close it, you could do whatever. And then all of your purchases would disappear. And then if you reinstated your account, they could have your shit not be there. Because during that break in membership, you sacrificed you sacrificed your digital ownership. That's why I'm against digital ownership of that magnitude. Little bit different scenario. You are right, because Audible does that, but one thing you do, if you ask them, they will give you your book back. Yeah, if you give them, if you ask Amazon, if you ask Amazon, I've seen people contact them and get their entire book collection back, or their movie collection back. But it becomes, I'm asking permission to get back something that I already purchased. It's not like I buy a physical copy book at Barnes & Noble's and then my Barnes & Noble's membership expires, so they come to the house with my with a truck and they pick up all my hard copies. I mean, it's not how that works. And I get people's frustration. But it's also, what's the terms of service say? And most people never read the terms of service. But as far as one's human, I think if they don't, yeah, it's either accept or not get. That was bullshit. Think the stars. That guy's not supposed to be there anymore. The only digital games you play are on Steam. Right. I do appreciate what you said. It's either read or not. It's either accept or not get, so why bother reading? I don't disagree with you. Oh, we're not going to get that. Not in a minute. So I did 5 that hour. Not bad. You haven't bought a physical disc in 5 years. Yeah, we're not gonna get this one. Um, I haven't bought a physical disc in probably, well, yeah, I haven't bought a physical disc in probably 10 years, maybe. I would prefer to have all my content on physical discs, but I recognize that's not necessarily even feasible. But no, Once Human, they're gonna have to put a lot of effort into housekeeping now, especially like I said, their content creator program. Content creator programs are so important in the video game space that their new content creator management program is dog water. I can't even sign up for it because the application doesn't work. They're pushing out the application the week of the big anniversary. Well, what's wrong with you? Why are you doing that? Like, if you didn't have a better plan for when you were going to, you should have, if it wasn't ready to implement, you should have used the old system, even if the old system cost you some money, because what it's costing you now is a lot of creators aren't covering the game at all. Like, they used to pay most of the creators, and it was only a couple of bucks, right? It was only a couple. I think I don't remember if I can talk about what I got paid, so I won't. But let me just say, it was about enough to cover my coffee, right? That's a good thing, because these companies don't realize getting Asmongold or Summit, Shroud, Tim the Tatman, Ninja to look at your game doesn't actually help you. It helps your other creators. You get, some of these creators get paid $250,000 or more to cover a game for like 4 hours. Okay, that's great, but how many signups did you get for that? Unless you made 750,000 in signups, then by marketing math, that expenditure was a waste. But where the win is what Salty Bread said. Those big streamers leave some crumbs behind that make the smaller streamers for your game grow. Right. Asmongold covered Ashes of Creation. I remember the day it happened. He's covering Ashes of Creation. He stops covering Ashes of Creation. He leaves the category. And then I go from maybe 300 viewers to 1,100 viewers. Because I'm covering Ashes of Creation now, and they have more questions. Lazy Peon makes a video about Ashes of Creation. I then, the next day, did a 14-hour Q&A session with people that had just seen his video and were looking for more information. I did 14 hours, 12 hours, and 9 hours, 3 days in a row. That helped me grow. That was the really big push that got me into the creator program, the partner program at Twitch. Because it wasn't just yeah, sure, I sat at about 300 viewers, which isn't huge, but it wasn't that it was only 300 viewers. I remember the month, my metrics for getting into the partner program, I had 28,000 unique viewers that month. So that's exactly what putting money into a streamer does. But you can't be looking at the return on investment of just, what is the return on investment of the streamer? What is the return on the investment of everything that streamer touches and how it trickles down? To go back to Ashes, to state Once Human and Ashes, there's a lot of creators that Once Human burned. Those guys had dedicated, like, several of the several of the South American streamers were very, very upset that they were getting paid barely a fraction of what the American streamers were getting paid. And one of the guys, he brought it up publicly in a channel. He was getting hundreds of thousands of views on his Once Human videos. But because his views were in a region that has a lower average revenue per paying user, they were paying him a lot less. So then one day he said, yeah, but I stream in English. So he's like, I stream in 2 languages. And they just didn't have an answer to that. They did not know what to do to the fact that he was looking to be compensated at the English rate. I think in his particular case, they should have compensated him at the English rate. Now, there was another guy. His TikToks were getting almost 1 million views. But he didn't like when I said to him, okay, well, your TikToks are getting 1 million views. But how do you know that any of those 1 million views are turning into new players? Which is why the Ashes of Creation referral program is an affiliate program is a really, really, really strong program. I think any video game company that's seriously trying to make money needs to have an affiliate program. You don't necessarily have to pay people out in cash. That's a risky proposition. That might be something that you only want your official content creators to have access to. But an affiliate program where I get something every month because I recruit people to your game, that is the easiest way to get word of mouth advertising. So you got a streamer that streams to 500 people and he gets 300 of those people to register. Your game has a $15 a month sub. If you give him fucking free sub time, it doesn't technically cost you money. You just don't earn money from him or her. But these companies just don't get that. They're all about fucking scrambling for the pennies on the floor. They don't see the dollars on the table. Could give the streamer a shout out in the game Discord or something as well. Right. Yes. That is something that a video game company is building a social media network so that they can promote their game. Then one of the things you should do with that is, number one, organize your streamers like their TV programs on a TV network. Hey, we're looking for streamers whose scheduling allows 1 day a week that you will be in a fixed slot. Then you can set up your web page where there's a button that takes you to the streamer that is live for that time slot. ArenaNet does do a good job of that. ArenaNet does. I won't say they're perfect with it. They do a very, very good job of talking to who's covering their game, answering questions, being there, and then the people that are truly dedicated, they get shoutouts, they get pushes, they get retweets. And that's where I would say, if I had my choice between getting retweets or getting like $100 a month, I would take the retweets every day of the week and twice on Sunday. I would much rather be able to leverage your social media platform than you give me enough for a meal. because I can pay for the meal. What I can't do is get the push from your social media organically. It generates money for the streamers as well, since they get more viewers who may sub or donate. Right, and that's where I did a video on what makes a good, successful content creator program, and it's the symbiotic relationship. I don't know why these companies who profess to have people with degrees in marketing don't do guerrilla marketing. Guerrilla marketing, it's on my list of books. If you own a business, guerrilla marketing. Oh shit, that's the new. I don't like you. No, no, no. Die. Yes. Oh, you don't die. You just hide inside your body. That is a creepy ass mob. Oh, I like that. I like that they get back up. I like that. That's a good mob. So, back to Once Human. What Once Human did really irritates the shit out of me. Damage rate or damage multiplier. I would take the if you're going to use the explosive front top, then there's a mask mod that syncs with the detonation time. So, yeah. In unrelated news, TennoCon live stream is tomorrow, and they're going to be showcasing Soulframe as well. Soulframe is very, very good. I really liked Soulframe. Soulframe was a great little distraction. I would definitely spend more time in Soulframe. I did genuinely, authentically enjoy it. It was good. It was very, very good. Let's see, mutation boost. Yeah, for a pre-alpha, it's ungodly impressive. Soulframe stream. I've done one Soulframe stream already. They've made a lot of changes since I tested it. That's good to hear. That's a really, 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 really strong start of a game. I was really impressed with that. It's like somebody asked me the other day, why don't I stream more? Why don't I stream more is a great question. If my lungs would decide to work, I would love to stream more. But my lungs have basically told me that I can go fuck myself. Which really sucks considering that you kind of need those. You kind of need your lungs. Your body doesn't really get along too well without having some lungs. Oh, by the way, Ashes of Creation, little factoid. So a Belize man bought the Ashes of Creation.wiki domain. At first, the Ashes of Creation wiki domain was a redirect to some Chinese spyware. Now he has uploaded a 2023 copy of the wiki. Lex doesn't have the wiki. I would be very careful going to the Ashes of Creation wiki. I know some people were aware that it had popped back into existence yesterday. Ooh, I have 15. Look at that shit. Abyssal Collection, the shop over here. Me another one of that. Look at that. Oh. What is all this? Why do they do this? Why do we need all of this crap? Is he going to jail? Any federal investigations? So right now, I know for a fact. I know for a fact that there is kind of a stall in the case. And the reason why there's a stall in the case is because Steven switched lawyers. Now, do I believe that Steven, Zimmerman, Rhodes, and Moore have committed a crime? I can't say for certain that they have committed a crime. What I can say is they've done enough things that certainly justify them being brought in front of a judge and a jury of their peers, so that a judge and a jury of their peers can judge them and decide if they've committed a crime. I gotta be very specific because it's fairly evident that Steven is getting frustrated, and I don't want to open myself up to bullshit litigation. He wants to sue me because of something I said. Then I'll get discovery and I'll be able to prove with his own statements why he can suck it. You heard a rumor that Steven is trying to get Ashes of Creation back. Yes, he is trying to get Ashes of Creation back. Steven is not only trying to get Ashes of Creation back, he's trying to prevent it from getting developed without him. He knows that he signed paperwork that essentially took the company away from him. His "oh pity me" bullshit statement is the rogue agents of the board. Rob Dawson owns at least 50% of Intrepid Studios. There is no math that exists where Rob Dawson doesn't own 50% of that company. The trouble is, Steven believes that Rob doesn't own it, and that because of Rob's actions, somehow through some magic Delulu masterpiece, he thinks that he gets the company back and he doesn't owe all the money. That has to be the only rational thing that I can think of that he can even believe in, Because say the judge unwinds everything. Say the judge unwinds everything completely. The judge can't suddenly tell Rob Dawson and Jason Karamanis, oh, hey, by the way, my ruling implies that you don't get your equity. So the very best thing Steven could get out of this deal would be a complete reset of the distribution of the stock, of the equity, of the ownership. Steven allegedly put no money into the company. Therefore, when a court-appointed magistrate rolls back all of the debt-to-equity conversions, Steven doesn't understand he doesn't get the company back. The judge can't take away somebody else's property and give it to you and make the debt go away. So I imagine the most likely outcome for Ashes of Creation in a year from now, because that's more than a year from now, because that's when the court case is scheduled for, is that the judge will unwind everything. The judge will reassign all of the ownership equitably, not equally. And then Steven will have nothing. Because what he will have done at that point then is pissed off the major shareholder to a point where that major shareholder says, I ain't giving you dick. If you can produce documents that says you invested in this company, then the judge would have divvied it out equitably. But I don't know what fucking reality that man lives in. I genuinely don't. I don't understand how he could believe he's getting anything back. But stranger shit has happened, man. I think what he's being right now is a fucking nuisance. He's being a fucking nuisance in the hopes that they give him some money to fuck off. Like, sometimes you reach a point where you just say, give me something. Yeah, he's been drinking his own Kool-Aid. I don't fucking understand. I do not understand what he's doing, and I do not understand why he's like this. But I think what's going to be his ultimate downfall is when he loses the Discord, he loses the Reddit, he loses the ability to control the narrative. Because once he can't control the narrative, then some of the people that have their head in the sand might just get access to the narrative, where then they figure out, oh shit, I've been hoodwinked. I've been bamboozled. This guy fucked me over. If Ashes comes out, would I buy it and play it? That is a great question. I do not know if I would play Ashes of Creation if it came out and released. Oh, okay, you're playing WoW. Got it. I don't know if I would play Ashes of Creation if it released. And that's just the straight up truth. I don't know if I would play it. I am kind of at the point in my life where I don't know if MMORPGs. I don't know if I have any love of MMORPGs left. Persistent world games, sure. Did I really, really, really enjoy the thought process behind Where Winds Meet? Absolutely. I know a lot of people hated Where Winds Meet. That's fair. I know a lot of people are afraid of change. That's absolutely fair. I think Where Winds Meet, though, I think some people need to recognize that design style is highly likely to be the design style we get in the future, where you have one world that is solo player with your quest your main story content, and then a persistent online world where you engage with others. And man, I don't even have it in me to fight. See, the problem with trying to be in the MMORPG space is when you cover a game, you have to. I'm never going to be popular because I don't have any space in my area. I don't have any space in my area to tolerate just bullshit positions. People that complain about dungeons being instanced. Thank you, Karthos. That means a lot to me. People are like, I won't play a game if the dungeons are instanced. And I say, but why? And they don't have a why. They're like, I want the game to be fully open world. Okay, you understand that technically, an instance dungeon or a open world dungeon are quite literally both instanced. That you move to a new grid. So whether it's an open world dungeon or an instanced dungeon, it's the same fucking idea. Now, when I say, why do you want open world dungeons? Look, man, if you're gonna fucking pee on your own shoes because you're hemming and hawing and you won't give me an answer, well then, fuck off. Your opinion is irrelevant. It's fine to say I want something just because I want it. Cool. But, well, I want to be able to go in and PvP during dungeons. Great. Thank you, because now you're giving us some talking points. You want dungeons to be open world because you want to go in and fuck with PvE or PvE dungeon runners. Cool. I think that's a terribly shit idea. EVE Online is holding on line 3. They would like to tell you all of their experience and what happens with your game when you allow PvPers to grief PvEers. New World's on the holding after them. ArcAge is holding after them. I understand that you believe that your playstyle supersedes everybody else's. Cool. I'm telling you that PvEers and casuals are the people that keep the lights on and keep your game large. And if you don't believe me, then why the fuck is Mortal Online 2 not more popular? Why is it a common recurring thread about Mortal Online 2 was, I really loved the tutorial, and then I got into the open world, and then I got killed and laughed at, and so I quit the game, and I refunded. And that's the piece that the open world PvP Andes don't want to respond to. They don't want to admit that their desired play style is, there's nothing wrong with that's how they want to play, but your enjoyment is coming at the expense of somebody else's enjoyment. And Eve, there's high sec though. Bullshit. Doesn't matter. How many times I went into high sec and I popped somebody? Oh no, Concord's on their way. Okay. Goon every year or twice a year they go into high sec for years at a time, and it was called Hulkageddon. How they just went belt to belt to belt in high sec, sacrificing fucking Articanes to pop Hulks. Their response is, well, we're getting rid of all the bots. Well, fuck, you're not getting rid of all the bots. I'm sitting here mining so that I can afford to play the game on the weekends. The reason why I'm not belt ratting is because I have my daughter with me. what I can do right now is quad box and run three mining ships and an orca. What I can't do is be a nullsec right now, belt ratting. Well, I need ice to move my jump freighter. So what do? They run around, they pop people, those people quit the game, and then those same people complain to, I forgot what CCP's new name is. They name changed the studio. But you're complaining that the game has no player base. Because the game has no player base, they have a very small income stream. So their development, it has to be divided into cycles of new content, patch content, balance content, new content. They don't have the team to constantly be bug fixing, balancing, and developing organic new content at the same time. So that you're the reason why they don't have the money to pay for the developers they need, right? And so you're like, well, I can't believe they're not adding more content to the game. I can't believe they're not fixing these bugs. Yeah, they would do that if they had 35 more developers. Well, then they should hire 35 more developers. They would do if you stopped popping the fucking people with monthly subs. 2 to 3, 5 million catalysts will pop a Hulk and HiSec and get a T2 strip miner that sells for 8 million. Plus other mods that sell for 3 to 8 million each, right? But I like the Chaos Open World conflicts turnout. Right, but here's the thing. You can create content that creates open world player conflict, player friction, without subjecting everybody to it. EVE Online is a little bit harder of an example because you shouldn't. HiSec shouldn't, like, here's how HiSec should work. HiSec shouldn't reduce your security status because you decide to pop a Hulk in a 0.9 system. It should reduce the security status of you, your corporation, and your alliance. And that security status to the corporation and the alliance can only diminish with time, not with belt ratting for an hour and getting 4 ticks of security upgrade. The trick is, say you have people that talk about, I want open world dungeons. Because I love talking about open world dungeons. I want open world dungeons. Cool. Why? Because I want to be able to PvP in them. Cool. I got you. The people in the dungeon, they don't want to PvP. They don't want to PvP against you. Okay. So, here's what we do. We take something out of Weirwind's Meat that's a really clever application. If your guild is at war, in Iron Throne is the name of the hypothetical world that I have. In Iron Throne, if your guild is at war and you're in a dungeon, your guild war targets can enter the dungeon and attack you. So now I've given you, I haven't just given you what you asked for. I've given you what you really wanted. You wanted PvP, cool. I gave you the ability to go PvP with people who want to PvP. That's when I know we get the fallout between I want PvP versus I want ganks. Well, I don't want to fight guilds to be a war. I just want to be able to randomly flag up. Cool. Everybody can randomly flag up. At any given time, everybody can decide to press and hold P, go into their chaos state, their PvP mode, and PvP. But people won't do it. Well, you're saying that, but you wanted the PvP, right? Yeah, so then you wanted the PvP. So you'll do it, right? And that's when you know they're full of fucking shit. They don't want PvP. They want to be a gank artist. And gank artistry is only beneficial to one person. It is not a mutually beneficial Everybody benefited from that. Now, I'm not saying that we completely ignore choice and consequence. Not saying that at all. Take Ashes of Creation or Arcage. You want to move trade packs? Guess what? You consented to PvP. By virtue of loading up your merchant ship or your hauler or your caravan or whatever the fuck the magic word is, you decided to enter PvP. It's automatically a rolling PvP zone. Done. You want, you think that there should be player friction at world bosses. Cool. I don't think that should be at all world bosses, so I'll meet you in the middle. 30% of the world bosses, when they spawn as PvP zones. That part of MMORPG is what drives it. Choice and consequences. Yeah, but here's the problem. Life is driven by a series of choice and consequences. But unless you unalive yourself, you are always part of life. The reason why... but it's not a matter of versus... See, what you've done is you've gone polar end to polar end. You've gone negative 10 to positive 10, and you've forgotten that there are 20 data points in the middle. If you want to be able to run around and PvP everyone, that would be great. Except those people have a choice. And one of their choices is, I'm no longer going to play this game. And that means all of that potential income, revenue from that player is gone. But not for you. It's gone for the developer. I don't understand why they don't do more patches. This company sucks. No, man, you suck because your bullshit antics you're personally responsible for 157 people quitting the game. Arcage had this exact problem. Arcage, the gankers, the shitty gankers would sit. The West would sit in Ynystere and kill people when they crossed over the border from Silent Forest into Ynystere. You're a level 55 or an ancestral level 7 killing level 28 players. What was XL Games' immediate knee-jerk response? Some bullshit PvP balancing where a level 40 could beat an ancestral level 7 because of the damage debuffs and all. What the fuck are you doing? Like, you spent months coding in a buff that then everybody exploited by bringing a level 45 with them on trade runs to put the level 45 on the merchant ship, because between their 92% damage reduction and their 99% damage reduction by being on the wheel of the boat, it drove the damage amounts to below 0 per attack, or below 1, and below 1 rounds down to 0. So all you did was fucking waste a year of development time to try to come up with the throttle. Guess what? Could have much more easily been solved with, we're getting rid of open PvP for the sake of open PvP. One thing Ashes of Creation may have, I don't know if they were right, but they may have been right. Let's make the water all a PvP zone. You go on the water, your player choice is that I've elected to engage in PvP. To go back to the gankers' perspective, what I always hear about them is, after we give them PvP, then they need a fucking incentive to go do it. Well, if I'm gonna flag up, I need to get like a bonus loot drop for being flagged up. Why? I thought you wanted the fucking PvP. Go to the town, flag up, go out into the world. People are gonna find you, people are gonna attack you. Today I learned the hard way. Oh, I learned that the hard way in AOC, trying to move from the mountain area to the sands, took an hour to get there. I was 10 minutes away from the town and bam, ganked. Right. And that's how it should be. EVE Online. Maybe, just maybe, what we do with EVE Online is, if we want to not totally make a game like EVE Online safe in PvP, hi Bisky, then maybe transport ships can be attacked like they can now. Maybe, just maybe, if you're in a mining ship, maybe after X amount of time, you have to move belts. I don't necessarily know what the perfect answer is, but there's steps between no PvP and bullshit random PvP that causes people to quit the game. And when people say, oh, well, that doesn't happen, well, then why doesn't EVE Online have 1 million players? Why did ArcheAge close? ArcheAge closed because of the pay to win. Yeah, and what did people swipe for? Power. And what'd they do with that power? They went and killed people. What got me into politics? Well, I'm not in politics, the politics category right now. It's a little weird that you're asking me a question about politics. But I have a degree in political science. When I was an undergraduate many years ago, when dinosaurs still roamed the earth, I was going to go to law school. Oh, let me take that tag off. There you go. Sorry. My tag was still there. But I retired at 19. And so then I went to college because I had to finish college, and I was going to go to law school because I figured that I would do something with business, so being my own lawyer would be a good idea. And then I decided, when I was accepted to law school, but I would have only been 20 in my first semester of law school. The law school said they would hold my seat, but they thought I would have been 20, and I swear to God I looked 13 when I was in college. Like, I've always had a baby face. So they said I would probably be better served if because remember, your Juris Doctorate is a doctorate degree. People forget this. Lawyers technically are doctors. The law school said I should go somewhere and work on a master's degree and then show up to law school. Hopefully I would look a little older. And then during that time, I met a wonderful professor in the School of Education, and I decided to be a Catholic school teacher. I would have been perfectly happy doing that and then going to law school at night. And then 9/11 happened, and I joined the military. And then the opportunity to go to law school never came up again. But I will always remember fondly my time in undergraduate political science. I had some really amazing professors. Now that I look at it, I wish I had done more in politics. Because our country is fucked. But I'm too fucking old and too fucking tired and too fucking sick to run for politics. I'm like, why am I doing no damage? I gotta be a fat cow. Come here. You aren't too old with some of the people that are still in politics. That is true. Wolfagar is hilarious as I think it would be. Me in Congress. I really feel like Jack Nicholson and Batman. Like, if I want, let's say I won a Senate seat, I would definitely, on my victory speech night, I would definitely look at the camera and be like, wait till they get a load of me. Because you've seen how I respond to people on this show who say stupid ass shit. The people on this show who say fool ass things. I I'm no different. And like, I am who I am. And like, when you see me go fucking postal on somebody, that's the level of what people, I was 79. That's the level I treat most people with in the reality of the real world when they keep going on with stupid shit. Like, you don't get a pass. You do not get a pass for saying stupid shit around me because of this idea that I'm not gonna come off the fucking chain and embarrass the fuck out of you. Like, we've got too many people creating too much bullshit. I think social media needs to be completely fucking shut down. Absolutely fucking shut down until such time as social media platforms are reviewed and regulated so that there aren't people getting really shitty bad advice. There are people that are making every problem worse than it is because they're trying to sell you a solution to it. Billionaires are responsible for why the average ordinary working person can't buy a home. Why? How? Tighten this up for me. What the fuck are you on about? How the fuck do you figure? How the fuck do you figure that billionaires are responsible for that? It's the banks. Well, the billionaires control the banks. Sure, but let's talk about where the problem really is. I think it is asinine that if you've been paying $2,300 a month in rent for 5 years and you've never been late, that the bank won't give you a mortgage for $1,500 a month. I thought it was supply and demand, with the banks controlling who gets those loans. No, because the bank doesn't control who gets the loans. I mean, they do, but you control why you're not a worthy candidate for getting a loan. Like, I think that's the piece people don't like: personal accountability. I could walk into the bank right now. Like, I could literally call my banker right now and say, I need a cashier's check. I need a personal loan secured for $300,000 and I need it in a cashier's check. And I would get that within the hour. Because I know what assets I have at the bank, so I know what my available credit line is for a loan. Most offensive words to say: personal accountability. Right. People don't like hearing about personal accountability. They don't want to hear about it. They think personal accountability is a mean, dirty, nasty word because holy shit, imagine how the fuck is it fair that I be responsible for my own actions? Like, a guy made up a bullshit scenario yesterday. He said in 1985, one income got you a house, a car, and a vacation. Now, rent is $2,100 a month, and a two-income family can't pay the rent. And I was like, okay, well, average salary is $60,000 according to him. Two incomes would be $120,000 a year. Your $2,100 a month literally would put you at 21%. When back in 1985, housing to income was 25%. So your own bullshit example that you created, your bullshit example you created, is 4% better than how it was in 1985. So then the guy stopped responding to me. Because he doesn't understand the problem thoroughly. And he can't explain it simply. Look, I don't know why all of a sudden people have been led to believe that you don't have to fucking work for your meal. I don't get it. There isn't enough houses on the market to supply the demand, which causes prices to go up. The bank is like, you have to hit this line. But see, the thing is, that's not what the problem is. The problem isn't that there's not enough houses on the market. The problem is that there's not enough starter homes on the market because Generation Z doesn't want to live in a 2-bedroom home with 1 bathroom. Not enough houses in the area they want to live in. Right. See, that's exactly it. The problem isn't that there aren't enough homes. We have more homes, right? We have more homes on the market than we have homeless people. Problem is people think the first house should be 2,000 square feet. Right. My first house, when I retired, the house I bought a 5-bedroom house with an in-law suite in the basement. And it had an in-ground pool, and it had a pool house. So, my house was bougie as fuck. But I knew that I had 5 friends going to the university right by the house. So, each of those friends was paying me less rent than they were in their apartments. And they got the benefit of a 5-bedroom house, a pool, and a pool house. Everybody had been living together for about a year and a half. And then one of the roommates came to me and said, hey, I got a problem with this situation. I said, what's your problem with this situation? They said, I'm buying your house for you. I said, you're right. You absolutely the fuck are. And they were like, well, I don't think that's fair. I said, great, go get an apartment. And they said, what they said to me was, well, if I go get an apartment, it's going to cost me like $600 more a month between the rent and the utilities. Okay, so I'm saving you $600 a month. Where's the fucking problem? And they said, well, I shouldn't be buying your house for you. And it's like circular logic with these fucking people. Cool. Then get the fuck out and go get an apartment. I'm doing the 5 of you. Yeah, they don't save that $600. That's the fucking problem. It's like, I'm doing you a solid. I'm doing you a solid by saving you $600 a month. Plus, for what you're paying me, right? What you're paying me, you're getting a better quality of life than what you would get in an apartment. I had 2 master bedrooms upstairs. Well, 2 bedrooms with attached baths. Those 2 people paid me a little more than the 3 people who shared a bathroom. And then I had my own bathroom downstairs. They had their own laundry, everything upstairs, because like I said, it was an in-law suite. You're complaining about, I'm charging you, I could probably get double what I'm charging you for the rooms in this with other roommates, but you guys are my friends, and you're mad? You're like upset? No, we're not. Fine, fuck off then. Leave, move. Fuck right off. If your response is, I shouldn't be buying your house for you, well, you're not buying my house for me. You're buying a room from me on 30-day intervals. What I do with the money is really none of your fucking business. As long as I'm not setting you up so one day you find out that the house has been foreclosed on and you have to move in a hurry, fuck right off. But the problem we have is people want, and then when I sold that house, I downscaled to like a 900 square foot house. People think that they're like, I remember one guy said, I won't be able to get a house in the neighborhood that I grew up in. Well, no shit, because that neighborhood has 20 years of appreciation. Of course, a fucking absolute course you're not going to be able to move into that house. And that's what they don't want to hear. They don't want to accept. They don't want to be told no. Like, my daughter is figuring out very quickly, life sucks when you don't have money. My daughter is figuring out very, very, very quickly, life sucks when you don't have money. But see, you can't say that to Gen Z. You can't say that to the alphas. Like asset values don't drastically increase after 20 years of real estate development. Right, exactly. They don't get that. They don't understand it. Like, and then they also don't understand that assets can depreciate. There's a town not far from here called Fairview Heights, Illinois. The big draw of Fairview Heights was it was the big commercial district because it was where the mall was and where one of the movie theaters was and where like 12 of the restaurants, the Longhorn is there, the Chili's, the TGI Fridays, there was a Cheddar's there, a Red Robin, the hibachi places there was a tap house there. Like, the reason why that area is so sought after is because it was the commercial industry. Hey, Serial. Well, what happened after that was, as we know, in the last 20 years, malls have started to be closing. Well, malls are closing, so the stores that lived like parasites off of the mall, they're closing. Well, people that live in that area are now upset because what they're saying is, my house value dropped. Well, yeah, you should have gotten the fuck out when you saw the economic commercial writing on the wall. You should have sold that fucking house and moved. I picked a house 5 minutes from the gate of the base. I picked that house because I liked to have the option. Hey, Serial. I liked to have the option if I needed to run home at lunchtime, to be able to run home at lunchtime and go back to work. One of the biggest reasons was just being able to check on my wife, check on my daughter. That's why I bought the house I bought. Location, location, location. I had no idea that this house was going to double in value in 10 years. This month I've lived here for 10 years. I had no idea the house was going to go from 175 to 308. I had no idea Boeing was going to build a facility here. Did I get lucky? Hell yeah, I got lucky. But no, too many people are stuck in the, well, it's the bank's fault. Are you going to mention everybody that you're a 22-year-old with a 2024 car? Because if you're not going to mention to people the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I bought my property in 2008 for $199. Now it's at $650. I've done nothing to it. Right. Now, the problem is your house, if you've not done anything to it since 2008, it's probably not worth $650. It's potentially worth up to $650. I looked at getting into a tiny house with a modular home. It's perfect, but to buy the land, even where people aren't wanting to live, is expensive, and still paying the same, sometimes more in rent because I have high student loans for going to an expensive grad school. Right. That right there isn't... Your situation isn't that the bank won't give you a good loan. Your situation is your debt-to-income ratio is already filled with college loan debt. I am absolutely adamantly against the way we give loans in this country to college students. I am appalled that we do things the way we do them. Oh, so 650 is the lower end? Okay, so then that makes sense. the problem is we tell 18-year-olds to go to college, but we don't tell them why going to college is an absolute terrible fucking idea. And why is going to college an absolute terrible fucking idea? Why are you going to a university and giving them $100,000 when you don't even know if you're going to get a job that pays for that? People that were in my school, they became teachers, spent $100,000 on their undergraduate and their graduate degrees to get a job that makes $62,000 a year. That is not a good investment. One of the things I used to say to people is, if you want to go to college and you can't pay for it in cash, then get a job where they will pay for it. I know people that worked at McDonald's through college because McDonald's had a college fund program. Depends on the degree, but mostly yes. Just go to a tech school for $20K, get all your basic requirements that'll transfer to a college after you decide on a degree you want. Yeah, go to a community college, because at the end of the day, what people do not understand is the person teaching you English 101, Math 101, Biology 101, History 101. A lot of times those people teaching you that are teaching at the local university as well. They're adjunct teachers who are only teaching 3 classes because they're busy paying their dues to become a professor. Or they're busy paying their dues while they work on their doctorate. The teacher that's teaching you Math 101, they don't have to be a triple doctorate motherfucker. You just need somebody that can teach you how to spell cat. And I'm not trying to be funny, and I'm not trying to be condescending, but we don't teach kids what they need to know or we don't teach them how to successfully navigate college. I don't think it's the boomers' fault. I think it's Gen X's fault. Because college, we tell our kids to go to college because the world was different 30 years ago. The world was radically different. Wouldn't it be better if the government loans to be restricted to a specific dollar amount? There shouldn't be loans. There shouldn't be loans to run $20K for a BS degree, for example. You're right. Did you know that college loans used to be capped? And do you know who lobbied to get college loans? College loans used to be capped. It was the universities that lobbied to get the cap raised so they could charge more for undergraduate. Now, you said, I have good credit, not late on my rent, credit cards. Yes, but you say you live below your means, but you can't get anything. Because you're Master Blaster, you're missing one component. You say, what you're saying is, I have good credit. No, you don't. No, you don't have good credit. We got the debt to income. If you have the debt to income, then you have acceptable consumer credit, but you don't have debt to income ratio. But the government should help. The government did help you. The government created a system for you to get that college loan. What it is it falls into the statement, you're going to get everything you want, but you're going to get everything you want, but you're not going to want everything that you get. And that's, I truly believe that is why I didn't get the job at the public school, because every Friday I did about 15 to 20 minutes advising the kids about life, which is why I hold so strongly the belief that we need a class in every student's senior year where they learn about life. That they just learn about life. And I think if we did that, kids would be better off. But the universities would be mad because then less kids would go to university. It's kind of like I got a master's degree on Sunday, and Tuesday I left for basic training. I've technically never used my master's degree in education. I've technically never used it. The reason why is I didn't teach. Hold on one second. But one of the things that my father had taught me back in the era of everybody goes to school was that now I have a master's degree and I have a key on my key ring, right? So I have my undergraduate degree and I have my master's degree. I have 2 keys on my key ring. Doesn't mean that it's going to open every door I ever need opened. But what it does mean is that when I need that key, I don't have to run to the university and get it. The loans I would qualify for are very high, and the cost is more than my rent when you have to get the insurance and other things. So I have another 7 years to pay off my loans, and then I can possibly own a home when I'm 55. See, that is where you're hitting all the right. You are hitting all the right things there. You are hitting all of the right questions. What it should be is, why was I allowed to take out loans of this magnitude before I was old enough to understand what the hell I was getting myself into? The discipline you get from studying masters and up would translate into how you approach things. I think your students would appreciate it. So I don't disagree with you. If every individual getting a master's degree had to write a thesis, then I would absolutely agree with you. A big problem I have, there should be no such thing as a non-thesis master's. Because in my university, you had 2 choices. Take 9 classes, plus your 10th class is your thesis defense, or take 12 classes and you don't write a thesis. Fundamentally, if you aren't writing a thesis, you're not really in grad school. And I'm not trying to be a dickhead, but you're just in harder undergraduate. If you're not writing a thesis, you're not really in grad school. And no one's ever going to convince me otherwise. Because ultimately, what's happening is that you're just taking classes that the professor assumes you have more baseline starting knowledge than an undergraduate. When you're writing a thesis, what about a publishing master? Some places allow you to publish like a patent or some shit. Yeah, if you're talking something on par with, like, you get a master's degree in bioengineering, you're not going to write a thesis statement. You might, but you might also be working on a graduate project. Like, we figured out a better way to x-ray people. That would be then on par and equivalent. But I think that would also probably be more on par with a doctoral, an alternative to a doctoral thesis. I don't want to write a book what I do want to do is X. Oh, well, that's on par. But for a lot of the people on my master's degree program, they were getting their teaching certificates. They already had an undergraduate degree in like history. And then they wanted to become a teacher, so half of their master's degrees are their teaching classes. No offense meant, but do you think a non-practice master's is worth more than a master's earned now? That's a good question. I think college degrees in the past, on average, are worth more than college degrees now, only because, statistically speaking, the average intellect of a college student now is lower than the average intellect of a college student 30 years ago. I know people don't like to hear that. I know people want to dispute it. They want to cry. They want to stomp their feet. Right now, the thing that the factoid that I'm caught up on is that 54% of Americans read at or below the 6th grade level. 54% of Americans. And yet we send 63 to 66% of high school graduates to college. Now, what people sometimes lose in the translation is 54% read at or below 6th. That doesn't mean 46 read at the college graduate level. Part of that 46 reads at 7th, at 8th, at 9th, at 10th, at 11th, at 12th. There are people in college who can barely read. There are people in college who can barely defend an idea. This is where No Child Left Behind became one of our greatest failures. No Child Left Behind turned into you can't really help, how shall we say, push students to do better because they're already so far ahead. You're supposed to spend 0% of your time on helping them. It's kind of like good is the enemy of best, best is the enemy of better. We don't make people who've already passed their PT test go to extra PT. You will say this, having your master's degree gets you a lot of interviews where I don't think I would get if I just had a bachelor's, but if you could go back in time, you would have gone to school to learn AC or plumbing. Right. And that's the shitty part. Jimmy Carr, who's a comedian, I liked his idea about taxes. I think his idea about taxes makes a lot of sense. His idea about taxes is you don't start paying taxes till you're 30. And we stop living in this idea that everybody should go to college. You don't pay taxes until you're 30. Between the time you graduate high school and the time you're 30, your job is to earn as much money as you can to set yourself up. Then at age 30, you start paying taxes. Meanwhile, not everybody goes to college because he also says if something's exclusive, but everybody has it, then it doesn't have any value. College was never designed for everybody to go to. That was the punchline of college was you didn't have high schools that were saying 99% of our graduates matriculate into college. You had schools that were proud because 20% of the graduating class got into college. Before colleges became for profit instead of for knowledge. Like I remember it was a huge deal with some of the older neighborhood kids. It was a huge deal when they got accepted into college. Like the parents are throwing a fucking barbecue on their dollar to celebrate their kid getting into college. That is a radically different scenario than what we have right now. Now everyone's just expected to go to college. But to do what? Only 6 or 7% of the jobs in America require a college degree. Require a college degree. I'm not saying that a college degree doesn't help you in other ways. Just like the military helps some people in ways. There's this douchebag little kid on the server I'm on. He's just a fucking mouthpiece. He's talking about going into the army. Go. I hope you do. Because your drill sergeant is not going to give a shit about your attitude or your negativity. Your drill sergeant is going to fuck your world up. I think that kid would be very well served going into the military. I don't think he realizes what awaits him, but yeah, that used to be high school graduation back in the 70s and the 80s. Congratulations, you graduated high school. And the reason why was, in the 70s and the 80s, what people used to do, a lot of people in my extended family did this. They're already working at, like the Tootsie Roll factory, but they're they're working at the Tootsie Roll factory at the afternoon shift, and then their boss comes to him and says, "Hey, we'd like to offer you a first shift slot," and the kid says, "Well, I can't take that because I'm in high school," and the factory guy would say, okay, I just want to let you know, we're pulling out the chair. If you don't sit down now, it might be a couple of years before a first shift slot opens up. So these guys would drop out of high school and take the job at the Tootsie factory. In the computing discipline, a master's is detriment in a lot of cases. Companies don't want to pay for a master's wages and a master's in a field where they don't want. If you have a master's in data science right now, you might be set up. If you have a master's in machine learning right now, you might be set up. If you have a master's in computational discipline, people are going to be filing your resume in the circular file. You'll get hired after the guy with the associates. Yep. I was expected to go since my mom was the first kid to go to college. It wasn't acceptable to go to trade school or the army. I wish maybe to go to the Air Force and learn to fly planes. Well, the problem is less than 1% of the Air Force flies planes. The kids used to always ask on career day, what do you fly? Pentium. A Pentium 2 processor. I think the issue is that people have neither the intelligence nor academic interest for college, but they still go. Not everyone can or should be a scientist. Yes. Yes. Now you're fucking hitting it. Not everybody is cut out to go to college. Back then you could work a minimum wage, there were pensions and benefits, you could get a house, gas dirt cheap. You're right, you could do those things. Well, what happened? Unions came along. And what happened? Unions got everybody's wages put up. And what happens when everybody's wages go up? Costs go up. Well, Jay, how can you say that? Costs go up without increase in wages. What are you talking about? Sure, the minimum wage hasn't gone up, but you got a job making the minimum wage. And then the next year you got a 3% quality of life adjustment, right? You got some sort of raise, right? Because I've never had a job where after my first year, I didn't get a raise. Well, I got a raise, but all the prices went up. That's what prices do. Nobody was satisfied, right? Nobody was satisfied. So what happened is, nobody's satisfied. Everybody wants more. And there's nothing wrong with you wanting more. Right? There's nothing wrong with you wanting more. But what are you doing to get that more? Because if you always do what you've always done, then you'll always get what you always got. Look at the blue collar jobs now: HVAC, plumbing, auto mechanic. They're making goddamn bank, and they get paid to learn on the job. Yeah, you're right. But you see, that's where I think more people. I wish to God my father had been like a professor or something. My father made me do physical manual labor, part because that's what his life was. Manual physical labor. I figured out at the age of 12 that carrying roofing shingles up scaffolding was not what the fuck I wanted to do for my whole life. That is not what I had zero interest in that shit. So that's when school became more lucrative. They are working though. Gotta work. No, you don't have to work 50 to 60 hours to make bank as a mechanic. Not at all. I know mechanics making 80, 90 grand a year. They work 40-hour weeks. Granted, they work an 8-hour day and then they eat lunch, but they don't get paid for their lunch. Not everybody making bank is working 50. They've been doing it 30 years though. No, they haven't. I want to remind you of something. Not just because a handful of people work a lot of hours doesn't mean everybody works those hours. Because when I had employees, one of the things I hated to do was pay overtime. I hated to pay overtime because then that employee costs me time and a half. I would rather, if you're already at 40, I would rather you go home and enjoy your 2 days off than have to call you in on Saturday and pay you 8 hours of time and a half. Your son-in-law is a mechanic at our local GMC dealer, 22. Well, he's 22. What ACS certifications does he have? And if he's working 55 hours a week, hold on. So this is why I don't know why people pull up these anecdotal evidence stories. Okay. Let's see. $55 hours a week. I'm going to get there. 55 is 15, so that's 33 times 15. 33 times 15. 495 plus 880 equals 1375 times 52. If your son-in-law is 22, he makes 18-ish. Okay, then let me stop you. Then he's done the bare minimum, Bobby. I'll do 18. I'll do $18 an hour. The problem is, yeah, he's fucking off and he's not getting his ACS certifications. Trust me, I was a vehicle fleet manager for one of my assignments. I used to help guys transition to the civilian world. So that's 720 plus 27 times 15. That's 405 plus 720. That's 1125 a week times 52. So your son-in-law at 22 is making... Okay, fucking stop, okay? Stop. You're full of shit, because if he has 4 certifications, maybe 6, he's not making $18 an hour. This is why you right there with this bullshit that you're carrying on about, you're part of the fucking problem. No, he's not. If he has 6 ACS certifications and he's only making $18 an hour, then he can have as many certifications as he wants. He's a shitty mechanic. Okay? If he's got 4 to 6 certifications and he's making 18 an hour, it means he's fucking up every other job. Don't come to me with the bullshit when I'm from a family of mechanics and I ran a vehicle fleet shop. Anyway, at $18 an hour in 55-hour weeks, he's making $58.5 at 22 years old. With your own numbers, which are bullshit to begin with, he's still making $58.5 a year. Where's the fucking problem? See, the problem is don't come and fucking make up bullshit. $18 an hour with 4 certifications? How many fucking times does his work get rejected by QA before the car can go back on the line? Because if I have to reject every other vehicle you do and have a senior technician look at it, of course I'm not paying you more than $18 an hour. Also, is he a mechanic or is he the lube monkey? Not made up friend facts. Friend, by your numbers, if he's making 18 an hour with 15 hours of overtime a week, that's 58,500 a year. He was lubed 5 years ago in high school. Great. Then explain to me why your bullshit numbers that I ran still bring me to 58.5. 58.5 as a 22-year-old is fucking bank. So, what's your retort to that one? Since I don't even want to touch this bullshit. Actually, hold on. We are going to touch that bullshit. A certified mechanic in the Detroit area typically earns between $25 and $40 an hour. So, what bullshit do you have now? Because I think you forget that mechanic wages are listed. So how do you have somebody 45 minutes outside of Detroit when the average is 25 to 40, starting at 33 with 4 certifications, yet your son-in-law only makes 18? See, this is what the fucking thing that you don't understand. I'm not the average fucking dumbass streamer who hasn't lived a piece. Making 18 because dealer wanted to keep the money. No, he's making 18 because you're full of shit. Are you telling me everybody else in that garage is making 18, yet somehow Detroit's average is 23 to 40? This is the problem. Shut the fuck up. Stop your fucking... I don't know why you're lying. I don't know what value in life you get out of fucking lying. He's either not a mechanic and he's a lube monkey and he's lying to you, or he's making more than 18 an hour and he's lying to you. I'm telling you they're taking my son-in-law. Oh, okay, so it's not the system that's the problem. Exactly what I said. I should fucking be a goddamn psychic. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to put this on the screen just so everybody knows that after getting called out for being full of shit, we finally get to the problem. I'm telling you, they're taking my son-in-law for a ride, and he lets them. You're a shitty fucking in-law. You are a fucking terrible parent to your goddamn daughter. I'm sorry nobody has pulled you aside and said, you're a shitty parent. I don't have a problem with it. I'll do it. If your son-in-law is only making 18 an hour with 4 certifications, and this individual married your child, and you haven't looked at your child and said, you're a fucking idiot because you're married to a fucking idiot, then I don't know what the fuck to tell you. But it's funny, you weren't agreeing with me. You were full of shit until I got to the point where I had empirical data to say, I know you're full of shit. Then it's, oh, he's letting them take him for a ride. I'm sorry that you don't know how to converse like a fucking human being. I shouldn't have to drag the truth out of you. The truth of the matter is, he's making 18 because he's a fucking idiot. Not that mechanics aren't making bank in the Detroit area. Your idiot of a son-in-law is making 18 because he's not... Him being a mechanic has nothing to do with this. It has to do with the fact that he's a fucking idiot and you're a terrible fucking parent-in-law. You are fucking... You're the worst part of this equation. Because your son-in-law isn't taking care of your daughter and you're not helping take care of your son-in-law. I'm sorry if you get offended by that. There's nothing wrong with being offended. But holy fuck, man, don't try to fucking justify this bullshit in the roundabout way, then get caught with empirical data, and then shift it to he's letting them take him for a ride. Guess what? Nothing you said in that conversation moved your mercury up. It moved it down to the floor. Holy fuck, man. I was just at my son-in-law's place having a conversation with him. Guess what? I don't have to give him any advice. Motherfucker makes close to 100 grand a year. He don't need my advice. He's 26. Guess what? Go fucking call your son-in-law and say, yeah, dude, you need to, if you have 4 certifications, don't even ask your place that you're working at for a raise. But also, by the way, I'm a little confused because you said the dealership. Which dealership? Because I don't know of very many dealerships that offer 15 hours of overtime a week, because for 15 hours of overtime a week, they could get 22 and a half hours out of another mechanic. So all of this shit that people try to post, it doesn't add up. I don't know very many dealerships that offer the bottom people 15 hours of OT a week. They offer that to the top people. The people that can get the car fixed they get handed the car at 1 o'clock on a Friday and they got it out the door by 4:30. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry that you have to watch me fucking eviscerate people, but this is the problem. Nobody does it. We allow everybody to walk around with their bullshit. Nobody calls anybody out. And none of these facts add up. Mechanics in Detroit. Okay, so he's making $5 an hour less than the average. Okay. He's at a dealership, which I know they don't pay overtime unless they have to. Ain't like the area of Detroit is suddenly fucking starving for mechanics, by the way. And even if all these fucking things are true, he's making $58,500 a year at 22. So what's the fucking problem? This is where people need to be called out on the carpet. It's like when somebody insults you in a conversation you're having, and you look at him and say, I'm sorry, can you repeat that? And then they don't have the ball sack to say it again because they got called out. If you didn't know that trick, if somebody ever insults you while you're speaking, just look at them and say, stop the conversation. Say, excuse me, could you repeat that? And make sure all eyes are on them. 99 times out of 100, that person won't have the ball sack to repeat it. I will call you out because we're living in a world of fucking shit, because people run around and they fill up the ether with this bullshit narrative that none of the empirical evidence supports, and then we finally get to, oh, it's because he's letting them. Great, then he's a fucking moron. Why'd you let your daughter marry a moron? Are we good? Are we clear now? Because maybe nobody ever told you you're a shitty parent. Because you are. Take care of your fucking daughter. If your son-in-law's a fucking piece of shit that is letting him get taken for a ride at 22, I got bad news. He's not suddenly going to figure life out. 22, he's pretty much got life figured out. Yeah, if you're making $58,500 a year and you're struggling, you have a quality of life issue. Yeah, at 22, $55,000 a year is fucking amazing. 15 hours of OT at a dealership use flag hours. Book says X, I'm only paying you. Yes, exactly. That's the other piece that people are fucking bullshitting about, because dealerships by law have to bill based out of the book rate. Everything above the book rate eats out of the dealership's profit. Now, I'm not saying that dealerships don't lose money on some repairs, but they're not losing money on every repair. It's the same in some states with their like electricians or your plumbers. If a toilet says 2.5 hours max billable, that's all the plumbing company can charge you for, which is why a lot of jobs like that, they separate out the parts from the labor so that they can say, this is what you have to pay for parts, and then 2.5 hours of labor. Now, what some people get mad about or some people get pissed about, the plumber's only there for an hour and 45 minutes. and they say, well, you're only here for an hour and 45 minutes. Why are you charging me 2.5 hours labor? The answer is because the book says I can. Because part of that time into the book rate. So how does a mechanic make six? Are you fucking stupid? Are you fucking dumb? Like I'm literally a certified mechanic with 4 certifications near Detroit earns between $25 and $40 an hour, $52,000 to $83,000 a year. That's how. Yeah, you must be, because we got to fucking go to the chalkboard. Okay, I can't believe I got to go to the fucking chalkboard to explain this to people. 25, 40. There's 80 hours in a year. So what we're going to do is we're going to take 2,080 without 15 hours of overtime a week, by the way, right? 25, 2,080 times 25. Lo and behold, holy shit, that happens to be 52,000 a year. We take that and we times it by 40. That is, holy shit, that happens to be 83,200 a year. That's how, yeah, but only 40 hours. Yeah, dumbass, 40 hours. 40 fucking hours. There's 2,080 work hours in a year. Don't dealers pay like $7 while you wait for your next car? No. No, they don't. They absolutely motherfucking do not do that. How do I know that? Because $7 fucking an hour is below the federal minimum wage. Holy fuck, you're stupid. Like, I'm serious. I grieve for your daughter. I grieve for your fucking child, man. Because you should have been swallowed at consumption. Or at conception. You should have been consumed at conception. Holy fuck, you're dumb. Holy fuck. You need to seriously fucking leave society in the most expeditious path possible. Because you don't even know how many fucking work hours there are in a year. You're like, don't they pay you $7 while you wait for your next car? No. No, they don't do that. Yes, because when the book says X takes 20 minutes and you finish in 10 minutes, you balance out. Yes. And guess what happens when you don't finish in 20 minutes and you finish in 30? At about the 30-minute mark, which is 50% over the book time, you've got the shop boss standing behind you saying, what's taking so long? For example, as a former fleet manager, a lube should take, on a military vehicle, should take no longer than 30 minutes. So when, seems like a pretty minor thing to crash. No, it's not a minor thing to crash out about. You weren't fucking here for the whole discussion. I can't stand liars when they make societal problems fucking worse by lying about them. And when I catch you in a lie and you double down, that I'm not crashing out. This is why I think some people should just be ejected off the fucking planet. Because we have created a society where we allow people to lie and lie and lie and lie, move the goalposts, and they want to cry and say, well, it's bad. My son-in-law doesn't make bank. In Detroit, he's making between 52 and 83. But even if he's making the money the way you say he is, which he's fucking not, he's making 58 a year. Where's the problem there? That's my problem with people. That's why society has gotten so fucked up to begin with. We don't call people out on their bullshit. If we called out more people on their bullshit, then what would happen is society would get better. Because nobody could hide behind their bullshit lies. Woe is me. Well, why didn't you just start with my idiot son-in-law is only getting paid $18 an hour as a mechanic? Instead of trying to play stump-a-chump and prove me wrong, look, I'm not gonna say something if I know it's fucking wrong. I don't know any fucking mechanic with 4 ACS certifications making $18 an hour. Period. Dot. So this person is going to run around. Yeah, $18 an hour is minimum wage around you. So is a person that has gone to school to better themselves 4 to 6 times. You do know. I don't lie. No, you do lie. At this point, every time you're on my show, every time you're in my channel, I'm going to assume every single thing you say is a lie. I'm never going to believe you at face value. Ever. That will never happen. If you fucking told me right now the sky is blue, I would turn around and open my window. Okay, I'll confirm that. Even guys do. I would, if you had told me your son-in-law was a lube technician making $18 an hour, I was about right. Because that's not a mechanic. But you decided to double down on this bullshit for certifications. And they're making $18 an hour in Detroit when I can pull the mechanic rate. Yeah, that don't hunt. That dog don't hunt. That dog is a two-legged dog that drags its ass across your carpet. And now the problem is, I know exactly why you're dug in like an Alabama tick. Because people's fragile little egos can't handle it when they get called out. They get called out, and you want to keep doubling down. You want to find some flaw in my logic. Your brain is telling you you have to be right. You can keep trying to be right. You've already admitted your son-in-law's an idiot. You've already, like, there is no way around that. Because you've said he's being taken for a ride. So it's not every other mechanic in the shop is probably making 23 to 40, and he's making 18. I still don't understand what your original problem, though, is. He's 22 years old, and he's making 58. He's making 58.5 a year. By the numbers you gave, he's making 58.5 a year. And every other mechanic, person who's worked in an auto body shop, is all telling you that's not how dealers run. Private mechanic shops, sure. Dealerships, absolutely not. But hey, you know what, man? If you got to lie on Twitch to be able to live with yourself at night, to feel good, if that's what it takes for you to get your dick hard, whatever it is. Oh. Am I offended? Sure, but I never lied. I told the truths as I knew them. I guess I gotta be your parent twice in one show. If you repeat a lie, you own the lie. If you're repeating it, you own it. I'm sorry that nobody has ever told you this is fucking Sparta and everybody is responsible for the words of their voice. If you're repeating it, you own it, because your son-in-law didn't talk to me, you talked to me. So if you repeated a lie, you lied. How did I know it was a lie? I took the truth to someone I trusted. It doesn't matter if you trust them. It means you're gullible. It means you haven't fact-checked or verified. It's still a lie. If you repeat a lie, you lied. I'm sorry nobody taught you that. If you don't believe it, then it should have been prefaced with what my son-in-law told me was. Yeah, if you pass along a story, it's your credibility on the line, not theirs. Which is why my community members will say, there are some people who, if they feed me a factoid, I accept it at face value. Some people in this community have been with me for 9 years. Other people, if you said the sky is blue, I'd have to confirm. Because now you've said you don't fact check the shit you repeat, which makes you an even bigger toolbox. Like, that makes you dumber than anything else you said. I don't verify the shit that I say, I just say it. You are the reason why I think, you know, there needs to be more swallowing a conception. Yeah, Rail hit it nail on the head. Next time your son-in-law talks to you, immediately ask him why he's bullshitting. Ask him for a fucking pay stub. And then if he brings you a pay stub and it shows he's working 15 hours of overtime, he's only making 18 an hour base, ask him to see his 4 certifications. And when he shows you those, literally look at your son-in-law and be like, man, I don't know why I ever allowed you to marry my daughter. You gotta go unfuck your life. Yeah, call him a fucking dumb. Be a red foreman. Call him a dumbass. Yeah, man. his logic is the perfect example of why social media has to go. Yes, his logic is, this whole conversation is a walking, talking example of why we are living in a social media dystopian hell. And the reason why we're in that bucket is this. Because people have learned that they can bullshit and lie and not have facts and not have figures. And everybody can be like, oh, woe is me. Woe is me, and my son-in-law's being taken advantage of, and God forbid that the streamer is talking, you know, sanity and logic, and people are living outside their means. But even if your situation was 100% correct, 58.5 for 45 hours or 55 hours a week, that kind of sucks. But it's still 58.5. One not long ago, somebody said all the boomers used to be able to afford their house on 40 hours a week. Excuse me? I'm Gen X. I'm not a baby boomer. You think at the start of my career, I only worked 40 hours a week? 40 hours is what I worked Monday through Thursday at noon, and I still had the rest of Thursday and Friday. This does absolutely look like the Jatari troop transport. Absolutely. The problem is, people need to realize you're just bullshitting. I think our society is fucking cooked. I think we're just cooked. I think the literal best. If Karthos was here, I think he'd agree. I think we're just at the point now. It was a good run. Gotta end sometime. By the way, yeah, it means I'm cooking. That's right. I saw. Did somebody tell me, because I didn't want to I didn't want to do a politics show today. But did Israel tell our president that Iran had an assassination plot, so our president got back into war with Iran? This is why nobody has to match the US military's expenditure. You'll defeat yourselves. Fuck. Shit, man, I got nothing on that one. You're not fucking wrong. Yeah, that plus the new legally distinct Arachnid Lad loot crate devs are asking to get a call from the House of Mouse. I mean, you're not wrong. I think some of the I think some of the stuff this game does is eventually going to get it a paddle in from Disney. There was a planned assassination attempt on Trump. Okay. To be completely honest, I don't know if I even have it in me to handle politics shows, because the average IQ is dropping. They've been saying this for years on Trump. I never, ever, 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 ever would wish harm on anybody. Break. I would really like it if Donald Trump resigned from being president. There was no Iranian connection? Nice. "100% disabled vet running an oyster farm business, running from..." Okay, let me stop you with something. The VA rating you get, okay? The VA rating you get does not, and people get this confused all the time. My VA rating has nothing to do with my ability or inability to work. People don't understand this. You go to MEPS, the military entrance processing station, because they figure out if you're qualified to join the military, if you are fit to come in. People confuse your disability rating from the VA with Social Security. They are not designed the same. Social Security disability is in place for those individuals who cannot sustain meaningful employment to be able to care for themselves. Your VA rating is compensation for how broken you now are after your time in the service. For example, my son-in-law was an artillery marine. He ended up having a foot injury. What happened was, a foot is normally worth 30%. However, the Navy did 2 surgeries on my son-in-law, and they fucked his foot up. Again, it's you're confusing disabled. If he is 100% disabled through the VA, that means he has a condition or a series of conditions, right, that took him from a complete and whole human being to an incomplete and unwhole human being. There are a lot of people that are 100% disabled through the VA that get that have government jobs and they end up pulling a second pension. That's why we have to be careful saying he's definitely not disabled in my eyes. Are you a doctor? What's his disability for? What was he awarded for? Because people would look at me and say, "You don't look disabled." Cool, thanks. The agonizing pain I live with every day in my shoulder because the Air Force doctor shattered my upper arm. You can't see it, but you also have seen me on the show with a brace on. My brace is on my bed. I don't need it today. I might need it later. You got to be really careful when you say a veteran is 100% disabled. They don't look disabled. They could have a series of things that happened. For example, if I wasn't individually unemployable, I would get my hearing rating reevaluated. You can't see that I lost 30% of my hearing. But if they're making more than $15K a year, that's bogus. Why? Why is it bogus? By the way, they're making a lot more than $15K a year. VA disability is about $4,600 a month. 43 to 46, depending on all your... But what do you mean? Why is that bogus? That's my question for you. My question for you then, how much is my hearing worth? Because my hearing was fine when I went into the military, and now I have tinnitus. So how much is that worth? I did not have a... No, 100% VA is like $4,300 a month. Well, what do I think? I don't know anything about him. But I'm not going to switch the topic because I've gone somewhere that you're uncomfortable with. My response was what is my hearing worth then? How much should I get for my tinnitus each month? How much should I get because I'm deaf in the 6,000 hertz range from having to work on a flight line all day due to mission criticality without the proper hearing protection? Yeah. Oh, is it yeah? Is it 3937? Oh yeah, 3937 plus a dependent gives you a couple of hundred, and then if you get the, I call it the recluse bonus, but if people need special accommodations to not have to go to like the store and shit, they live their lives virtually. People are wondering how he became leading DSA candidate about to take the main Senate seat. Well, I think there is something to be said. I'm not saying your point is invalid. I think there is something to be said about a person who has 100% disability from the VA. If they're working, if they're running an oyster farm, I need to know what they're doing on it. Like, are they shucking oysters, harvesting oysters, or do they just own it? Are they doing the paperwork and they've got people that do all the manual labor? Because those would be two different things. But having a 100% disabled vet in the Senate, I think that's a good idea. Why? Let me back up, because you said Nazi tattoo. If a person has a Nazi tattoo, we've got problems. I think we can all agree that a person with a Nazi tattoo is not an acceptable candidate for government office. Okay, so if he had, so it's not a swastika. He has the Totenkopf, which is the German death head, which was adopted by the Nazi SS. Okay, let's dial that in a little bit. This is a very similar thing to the Ukrainian unit who called themselves the Luftwaffe. Literal translation is Air Force, Air Machine. I don't think you can get away with having that because you should have known better. It's like, I'll be the first to say, I get a lot of people irritated about that tattoo. Quite a few people don't like the fact that when they first meet me, I have a pagan symbol on one arm. But then I say to them, you're upset about a triquetra with a very specific triquetra, by the way. Mine is not a standard one. And you're offended by it, but you don't understand that triquetra. My apologies, because there's vowels in all sorts of places. Triquetra. Mine is different than most triquetras. Because mine has the upper point, which is the predecessor of the Irish Catholics. Well, the Irish pagans who became Catholics, because the top point of the triquetra became the parallel to the cross, the Celtic cross. That's why I have them both on my arms. People can be mad, but I can give you a justifiable reason for why I do it, because I follow the tenets of Catholicism, and I follow the tenets of paganism. And as I've said, I have no problem sharing this nugget. Every parish I've been in for my whole life, I've talked to the pastor, And the pastors have always argued with me, and we've gone back and forth. And I've said, the commandment doesn't say don't worship other gods. The commandment says don't worship any other gods before me. My belief is, that the one true creator realized he was the God of the people in the Middle East, Jerusalem, Judea, Egypt, Palestine, and then he created other gods in other regions of the world. If you don't like that interpretation, that's cool. You don't have to like it. I think the problem is, where do we draw the line when other people get to be offended? I saw a lady go on and on and on about the Valknut. About how the Valknut is racist, neo-Nazi, KKK. No, it's not. The Valknut is a Viking Norse image. Yeah, that got adopted by neo-Nazis. I think I'm a gold head again. I think at some point, yeah. So if you have toxic trolling comments on Reddit, now that's where we should focus. That's where we should focus. You have a tattoo that you didn't fully understand. Well, I'd have to see the tattoo. Is it a direct copy of the SS insignia, or is it a death skull? Because if you met my daughter, she has a death skull tattoo, and her death skull tattoo, my daughter is the least racist person you will ever meet. Yeah, if you say Nazi tattoo, you get outrage. Now, what Salty Bread said, if you have the Totenkopf and you're active on Reddit and your comments are toxic vitriol and you spew racist shit, anti-Semitic shit, now we've got some data points. I think the point of this individual being a disabled veteran who's working, also hidden rape allegations from a girlfriend. Thank you for putting the word allegations there. It means a lot to me. Twitch flags that word. I read it though. But thank you for putting the word allegations there, because then I don't have to go down that fucking rabbit hole. I think there's a I think there's a really key thing. If enough people say something about you, that automatically doesn't mean it's true. But if enough people that don't have any relation or connection to each other all say the same thing about you, I'm going to weigh their comments a little bit differently than I'm going to weigh yours. Because if there's an awful lot of people that don't know each other all saying the same thing about you, probably more likely rather than less likely that it's true. Popular and sure aren't the same, but popular means it might be worth taking a closer look. Right, exactly. It might be worth taking a closer look at exactly whatever the fuck is going on. Now, Kavanaugh, Justice Kavanaugh, he was accused of some stuff like way in the past, and then there was nobody current, right? There was nobody current making those allegations. Well, not to put too fine of a point on it, but what we know about sexual assaulters, what we know about rapists, is that the majority of them, don't stop. A small number of them, a significant life-changing event occurs, and they didn't stop committing sexual assaults. They replaced committing sexual assaults with a different activity. Now, some people have said, well, what do you mean? Some of them get brought into the kink culture, and they find consensual, non-consensual partners. I'm not here to judge anybody's kinks, but there are people that are CNC. And what works really, really well for a person who has CNC is a person who gets off on that. I think as a society, we have to be very careful because we keep getting caught up in this. We make a decision before we have all the facts. And then just like the other individual, we make a public statement. We don't have all the facts. And now we have to, defend a position that's not really popular because we were stupid and we said something, when it would be much easier for you just say, I was wrong. Shit, man. If I'm wrong and somebody gives me a fact, I'll be like, I dumb fucked that up. It's fine. I dumb fucked it. It's okay. I'm not upset at myself for dumb fucking it. I dumb fucked it. The issue is Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp lost hundreds of millions of dollars because of an allegation. Michael Jackson, quite literally, probably propofol himself to death because he was constantly being accused. Now, I think that we're missing a really important piece of societal life. And the piece of societal life that we're missing is, why is it that there was no victim with the Michael Jackson scenario, and from a point in time to the rest of his life, he was classified and considered a sexual assaulter, especially of children, and society never let go of that bite like a fucking dog with a bone? They grabbed hold of this story, and yet we have victims, we have individuals speaking out in the Epstein files, but we won't go after those people. Some of you probably don't care, and that's okay. You don't have to care. But I am mortified by a society that says we can't go after the people in the Epstein files because it would collapse society. Because my response is, if I'm living in a society that has to protect rapists of children, I'm cool with letting that society burn. Could definitely go down a conspiracy rabbit hole on that one. I know it's a good one, isn't it? It's a good thought process. No, it would not. I think society would absolutely collapse if all the Epstein victims were investigated. Society would absolutely collapse. What are you going to do when there's sitting politicians that are suddenly named? It would adapt? Well, yeah, it would collapse and then it would rebuild. But sitting politicians being investigated for being in the Epstein files. It's like all these senators, all these congressmen got access to the Department of Justice database of the unredacted Epstein files. And they went in and they started searching names. Oh, I'd definitely be willing to chance it. I would rather have society turn around and say, go back, we fucked up. I would rather regress 100 years in progress and get a clean society than keep trying to put band-aids on it. You have to rip out the entire political apparatus because even the ones who were not directly involved, they knew. I think we have to take a quote from the movie Law Abiding Citizen. It's not what you know, it's what you can prove in court. I think on a personal level, a familial level, a friend group level, you know, you can't prove it, but you know, so you take steps because you know. You don't know, but you think, you suspect. It's kind of like weird. He's not your buddy. Somehow the friend group inherited this guy, and nobody quite knows whose friend he is. But he always sits with you at the bar, and then he always leaves the bar by 11:30 ish. Goes, fucks, comes back, like, so you don't know, but you know, right? It's kind of like, if you know, you know. I found out a really disturbing thing about Disney. Cast workers that worked at the Contemporary Resort, they have a split shift of they have X amount of time off where they literally are being paid to do nothing because the amount of rotations they do in the costumes, because Mickey, Pluto, Minnie, Donald walk around the restaurant. Some of these cast members were hooking up with guests, male and female, were hooking up with guests at the resort, and then they would be in costume, and they would later see the husband or the wife at the table eating with the kids, and they're inside their costume, and they're like, "Yep, just fucked them about 2 hours ago." You know, you now know because I've told you, but you know, but you don't know. Like, you know, you're not 100% no, which I think we got to be careful if we're gonna start saying I'm 100% on board with blaming bystanders, but we got to make sure that we blame them for something that they're actually culpable for. I'm not like trying to wave a magic pencil and say, oh, this behavior is acceptable. I'm not trying to do that at all. Hello. I'm not trying to do that in the slightest. All right. This is baby. He thinks she's a human. He doesn't know any better. Hi. Hi. Oh, thank you. The lights are on though. You know I'm streaming. Oh, I know. Yeah, that's a whole new meaning to let's do the hot dog dance. She needs a brush. And again, so how do you determine complacency? It's really difficult. And let me tell you, a couple of years ago, the military didn't know how they wanted to determine complacency. And it really kind of bothered me because the military was kind of like I remember one sexual assault prevention and response. One SAPR presentation was that President Obama, if you remember when President Obama made that absolutely boneheaded statement where he said, military members that are accused of sexual assault, I am directing all of the chains of command to ensure that individuals that are charged with sexual assault face the maximum punishment. And then what that did is it created a nonstop litany of appeals because the president is the commander in chief and your panel members are service members. So for a short period of time, a lot of service members were appealing their sentence because what they said was, your sentence resulted in me being found guilty and getting the maximum punishment. And so they had realigned the training where they had said it is going to be considered a more grievous offense to be a bystander than it is to be a perpetrator. Now, I don't know if everybody quite understands the idea of this, but you cannot say, no, that's not a good thing. Because how do you prove what I knew? You don't have somebody that can testify to my state of mind. So, for example, I told you, my guys always knew, all of my guys and girls, they had a card in their wallet. And the card in their wallet said, if you're drunk, this is the number you call. You call this number, then this number, then this number. And if none of those numbers answer, it was Airmen Against Drunk Driving, it was the dispatch board, it was the other dispatch board, then it was the superintendent of the shop, and then my number. And it even said, if you call me, it's amnesty. You will not get in trouble. If you call me, you tell me you've been drinking, you need a ride, I will come, and I will, if you tell me you have your car with you, I will bring a second driver so that we don't have to do any of that bullshit that people try to say, oh, well, if I called you, then my car would be stuck here. And I was like, okay, this is fucking bullshit. Well, I got a call from a guy, and he said, I'm at the bar, and my plan fell through. My designated driver decided to drink. I won't let the designated driver drive my car. I said, okay, I'm on my way. I said, I will be there in about 30 minutes. So I get in the car. I go to pick him up. As I'm walking in, I knew the girl that was walking past me was an airman. Not one of mine, not one of the squadrons. I knew she was an airman from another unit. As I'm walking in, she is barely, she is quite literally not able to function. So I stopped the guy that was basically dragging her out by the arm. And I said, hey, what's your relation to Airman so-and-so? And by the look on his face, I can tell there wasn't a good relationship. So I just said to the airman, I said, hey, you're not leaving with this individual unless you can focus and have a conversation. Well, the airman couldn't focus. The airman couldn't have a conversation. So I said, nah, that ain't happening. Not gonna happen. And so I said, airman, you come with me. You're gonna go with my group of people. Back to the base. The following Monday, I got a call from her commander asking me, she had been slipped date rape drug. If I hadn't intervened, she probably would have been sexually assaulted. The problem was, I was only able to control that situation because that was an airman and I was a lieutenant. And the airman knows it's a legal moral order. I don't know how that would have worked out with, say, another individual saw her. She might not have agreed, or that other person might not have had the command presence, the wherewithal. Yeah, I have to say probably. You can say probably, not probably, but I have to say probably because I can't, I don't know. I don't know. I can guess, but I don't know. Well, that's our problem. As we sat around in the after action report for this one, because officers quite often have to get together and we have these after action sessions. We have these after action reports where we look at a situation and how could it be done better? How would it have been worse? Would I have gotten charged? Like, I happen to know that airman only because that airman helped me extensively with my family set pay, my PCS move, my being separated from my wife, because I had orders that took me away from my wife, so I get family set pay. I only recognized the airman because I had just spent like 2 hours with her dealing with, you know, my finance shit. It would have been different if she was one of my airmen. Oh yeah, the lieutenant walked past me and he didn't do anything. Okay, that's going to be a little bit different. I think we need to be careful about saying how do we determine how do we determine who is aware? For example, somebody says they were there. Okay. Well, why are they saying that? Are they saying that because they were really there? Or are they saying it because they're trying to offer up a bigger fish? I'm not saying don't investigate. I'm saying we have to be really careful with accusations. For example, if you were to ask President Obama, do you know Jalan? He would be like, he'd probably be like, I have no idea who the fuck that is. But somebody could walk up to President Obama and say to him, do you know Jalan? He says, no, I don't even know who that is. And somebody could turn around and say, well, here's a picture of you with him. And then what does President Obama do? I don't know that person. Well, here's a picture of you with him. Oh, it's like, which one is he? Well, how do you not know? He'd be like, because when I was a state senator, I took a lot of pictures with a lot of the military members from the state. It's not just me in the picture. It's like 14 people. I think we got to be careful because we're driven by a mainstream media that doesn't care about being right. They care about being first. And in this day and age, social media will carry a bullshit story and they'll do no fact checking. And before a person has even had sometimes the public is already making a determination about a person before the person even knows what the story is. Let's put it like this. Do enough people within the institution in question know that is not redeemable in the eyes of the public? Does it deserve to get dismantled? That is a great question. I think that no one cares about right. They only care about right now. Yeah. There are always false positives and false negatives to claim. It's about how you interpret those claims that shows how well you actually understand the topic. The toleration of being wrong is important, but also confidence is context of being right. I do agree with you. Unfortunately, some people are very, very confidently wrong. The confidence is contagious. So is lack of confidence. Vince Lombardi. I'll bring up something from where I first started. There was a famous incident regarding a huge Hollywood star who directly confronted a sexual assault in Hollywood, which was in front of my boss, and they were sitting in the same row during intermission. These two stars knew about the essay, but didn't do anything about it. There was also a no thing you hear about this person, and sometimes you hear people warning them because of people that wield, they don't speak up. And when the truth comes out, they start telling the story. Right. There is a really good scene in the movie Outbreak with Dustin Hoffman, Morgan Freeman, and Donald Sutherland. And I think it's Cuba Gooding Jr. in there as well. What they do is they're having a conversation, and they said, there isn't going to be anybody that goes off to the Post and says I was the sole voice of disagreement. Yeah, Rene Russo as well. The person says, if there's a person out there, I want him in here. Because when the time comes to make this decision, everybody's going to be standing shoulder to shoulder with the president. And I think that is kind of like what you're getting to. If after the story breaks, you start talking about the situation, then I'm going to look at you and I'm going to say, well, what the fuck did you know and when the fuck did you know it? That was kind of like with the Ashes thing, where I had some information that I couldn't use because I needed somebody else to break the story because I had sent it to the lawyers. Well, talk about it publicly, not in Hollywood circles. Right. Well, no. I think that if you're talking about it at all, if you know about something and you're talking about something and you're not taking it to the authorities, then you're part of the problem. If you knew about it, you could have reported it. Also, there's a great poem. I'm going to grab it real quick. Well, that's weird. I'm going to post this poem. I'm not going to read it. But the poem is The Man in the Glass. And I was given a copy of this poem when I was a very, very young sergeant. And when I was a very, very young sergeant, I had to go through some shit that was not bond or friendly. And it was the result of people that didn't understand the ramifications. That once you say something, saying something rings a bell. The problem with ringing a bell is you can never unring the bell. And when you say something, you oftentimes will how shall we say, cause a problem for somebody. And there's nothing you can do to undo it. The poem, The Man in the Glass, pretty much tells you, it ultimately summed up by the adage, to thine own self be true, but it reminds you that you are beholden to you. So yeah, I think we got to be careful by saying, everybody knew, or they knew and they didn't do anything. Because just because you're in the same place with somebody, doesn't mean you know them. Like, you could ask me a question about an airman that I served with. Do you know them? No, they served under you. Okay, well then you now know more about them than I know about them. There's also always the contention between legal obligation and the moral obligation. Do you really want to get into legal problems over what you think is your moral obligation? That is true. I'll be right back. I think the problem. Oh, the legal obligations versus the moral obligations. I think where we run into a really, really big issue, like something weird. I had a girlfriend. She looked very much a certain way, and then, one night, one afternoon, she went and she got a complete and total makeover. She dyed her hair. Got new glasses, cut her hair, dyed her hair. Got a cute little dress. So what happened was we were at the nightclub. Oh, I have no music on. So we went to the nightclub, and then we're sitting. There was this really great nightclub. I really liked it. It was called Graham's Last Resort. It was in Wichita Falls, Texas. It had 5 clubs in it. It had like a country and western bar, like a techno club. I liked the back because it had like a jazz bar in the back, and then the jazz bar became like one of the other dance floors later on. I used to go there, have something to eat, and because they serve food in the back one, and then have a couple of cocktails, listening to jazz. Well, my girlfriend comes in and she's sitting with me, and we're all having a good time because she's getting ready to graduate. And then she gets a phone call when we're on our way back, because I only had like 3 drinks at like I think 6 or 7, and we left after 1. We're driving back, and this is before text messaging. You could only send 128 characters on a text. So she's getting her phone blown up because somebody saw me at the club with a different girl. And she's like, I'm literally in the car with him right now. No, he went home with another girl. He's in the car. Like I'm poking him in the shoulder. The person thought they were doing the right thing, but they didn't know. They didn't know. They didn't know. They thought they knew. I think we got to be careful. So Brad Pitt, Gwyneth Paltrow, Uma Thurman, Charlize Theron are complicit morally by your definition. Shouldn't they be deemed even worse? This is why I didn't survive on more than 15 years, and every day I think, oh my God, I ruined my life. Hold on. You're saying they're complacent morally by your definition. To which sexual assault are you referring to? Because I don't know what game of 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon we're playing. You're gonna have to give me some context. What sexual assault? Brad Pitt, Gwyneth Paltrow, Uma Thurman, and Charlize Theron. Help me out. What the fuck are you talking about? Whose sexual assault are you referring to? Gwyneth Paltrow was almost sexually assaulted. Okay. So if she was almost assaulted, how would she be complacent in any of that? Because we exist in a prisoner's dilemma with strangers who we project. Okay, so you said, okay. So what you're referencing is Gwyneth Paltrow was almost sexually assaulted at the age of 22 by Harvey Weinstein. Gwyneth Paltrow told Brad Pitt, who subsequently confronted Weinstein. Okay. Okay, so hold on a second. This is the problem. I get the Brad Pitt. I can talk about the Brad Pitt connection, but what about Uma Thurman and Charlize Theron? I'm gonna need something that says those two were told. Now, Gwyneth Paltrow is the victim here. And was told until Ashley Judd. Okay. But they didn't know these stories, which if you know... No. There is no... Knowing is either a yes or a no. It is a 1 or a 0. There is no... I'm sorry, but there is no... First of all, we don't blame the victim here. Okay? Well, no, you tried to give an example, but your example is all the fuck over the place because you I don't know why Uma Thurman and Charlize Theron are involved with the Gwyneth Paltrow Brad Pitt story. But if you're the victim, you have choices for what you do. I'm not going to blame the victim for not going to the police because they knew this incident happened. They still worked for the guy. Hold on a second. How do they know? You're making these connections that I can't make. What proves to me that Charlize Theron and Uma Thurman knew about this incident? Brad Pitt knows about the incident. His girlfriend tells him about this incident. He goes and confronts the guy. Okay? If she says, I don't want to go to the police, you would be re-victimizing her if you went to the police. If she said, I want to go to the police, and you don't go to the police and support her, you'd be wrong. Because it's known in Hollywood. No, stop saying that bullshit. Stop saying it is known in Hollywood. How do you know Uma Thurman and Charlize Theron knew about it? No, it's not how they fucking work. Tell me what your connection is, your proof that Charlize Theron or Uma Thurman knew about this. Because I know about the Gwyneth Paltrow assault, and I know about Brad Pitt being her boyfriend. She went to Brad Pitt. He went and confronted him. She didn't want to go to the police at the time. So he was a good boyfriend. But you're bringing in 2 other actresses. I need the connection. I need the link in the chain that tells me those 2 knew and did nothing. Your problem is you saying they worked for him on another movie. And they're actresses, they're going to work. You're like, because they know. How would they know? If Gwyneth isn't telling anybody and Brad isn't telling anybody, then why are you saying they know? You could have said they maybe should have known, but your problem is you're just lumping people that worked with him into the boat because your boss was there. So you're going off of hearsay and more hearsay. Your boss says they were there. And no, okay. And people know when they're inviting. No, that's the fucking problem, man. They don't know. Okay. Master Blaster. You have now just criminally implicated yourself. Stop. Please stop talking. Because you have now stated you were told of the commission of a crime, and you are now culpable because you've done nothing with that information. Please stop saying it on my show now, because now you are actively admitting you are accessory after the fact of a crime. Congratulations. You've walked your ass into accessory after the fact of a crime. He said, my boss was there when Brad confronted him. Okay, motherfucker. In as few words as possible, directly tie Uma Thurman to this situation. Directly tie Uma Thurman. Yeah, it was spread around. It's a fucking rumor. That doesn't mean you know. That's your fucking problem. You're a grown-ass adult who doesn't know the difference between gossip and hearsay. What the fuck? Because she continued to work with him on... Okay, stop with your bullshit. You have not linked Uma Thurman's knowledge of this sexual assault. All you've said is she continued to work for him. Yes, she continued to work for him. She's a fucking actress. It isn't gossip because okay, dumb motherfucker. You are saying this person said, this person said. Who the fuck said? Who the fuck said? You need to take a fucking push pin and put it in the wall and put Uma Thurman's name on it. And then you have to put Gwyneth Paltrow, a fucking push pin. And then you have to tie a fucking string between that person and this person. Even Uma Thurman said she admitted to harboring anger at herself for this. About what? You haven't tied the fact that she knew she could be expressing anger at herself for working with a man who rumors were being spread around, and those rumors became true. Okay. I fucking can't with people. It's like, I'm gonna stop you. No, dude, I don't need you to tell me how Hollywood works. You don't know who I apprentice to. He shoots commercial films on the West Coast. You don't even know how to connect the story. You're literally saying, what you're literally saying is she knew. Like, if this is your story, you should know how she knew. Holy fuck. Goddamn, man, you're a fucking Muppet. Uma Thurman knew Harvey Weinstein had sexually assaulted her shortly after the release of Pulp Fiction. How the fuck do you not connect? When I said connect these facts, how the fuck do you not connect? She can very easily connect that Harvey Weinstein was a sexual assaulter because he fucking sexually assaulted Uma Thurman. Jesus Christ, man. What the fuck is wrong with people? Honest to God. Why do you talk about shit you don't understand? I asked you 3 or 4 times to connect this. No, there's something wrong with you. I asked you 5 or 6 times to connect this, and you didn't. You just kept saying, they said this was that. Harvey Weinstein sexually assaulted Uma Thurman. How the fuck did you not know that? Why are you knee deep in this bullshit, trying to have a conversation about it, and not know that fact? Holy fuck, man. When I said, how do you know this? She knows it. I am not knee deep. I didn't. If you knew that fucking fact and I asked you 6 times how she's connected, why didn't you fucking just share that? When I said, okay, hold on a second. I get how Brad Pitt's involved. Gwyneth Paltrow's boyfriend at the time. Cool, got that. I told you. No, you didn't tell me. You just said she knew. I thought you were talking about Uma Thurman was working with Harvey Weinstein after Gwyneth Paltrow was sexually assaulted. Stop communicating in fucking English. No. Motherfuck. The story you were trying to insinuate is Uma Thurman is culpable because she was working with Harvey Weinstein after fucking Gwyneth Paltrow was sexually assaulted. No shit, dumbass. But my question for you was, how does Uma Thurman know about Gwyneth Paltrow's sexual assault? No, stop fucking talking. Because you're fucking simple. Okay? I asked you a question. You linked 4 Hollywood stars. Brad Pitt, Gwyneth Paltrow, Uma Thurman, and Charlize Theron. I asked you 5 or 6 fucking times to give me the link to how Uma Thurman knew Gwyneth Paltrow was sexually assaulted. You went on and said about 25 things. No, you didn't give me. You didn't tell me Uma Thurman was sexually assaulted by Harvey Weinstein. I was asking you how Uma Thurman knew about Gwyneth Paltrow. And you don't... Dumb motherfucker, you're right. I don't want to connect through gossip. Holy fuck, what is wrong with you? If you had said to me, this situation, I said, hold on, let's take these other 2 people out. Let's focus on Gwyneth Paltrow. No, shut the fuck up. You don't, I'm surprised you even know how Legos work. Shut the fuck up and listen. Maybe you'll get some growth. You listed 4 names. What I asked you was, I get Gwyneth Paltrow, because Gwyneth Paltrow was sexually assaulted by Harvey Weinstein. I get Brad Pitt. Brad Pitt was Gwyneth Paltrow's boyfriend at the time. I get that. My question was, how did Uma Thurman know about Gwyneth Paltrow's sexual assault? You never once said she was also sexually assaulted by Harvey Weinstein. Stop talking about shit if you're not going to speak clearly and be able to answer questions. It was your fucking talking point. I don't give a shit about how, I don't fucking know actors' names, actresses' names. I know the ones I like. You ask me other people, I don't fucking know who these people are. That's what I have a wife for. My wife, somebody will mention a name, an actress or some shit, I'll look at my wife. What was they in? That's why I have one of these. So I can look up who these people are. But you're like, this is what's going on. I think it's a little bit of a different fucking scenario, right? Goodbye. I wanna make this quite clear to people. You do not ever insult my wife. Their argument is that I told you my talking point, and if you don't like it, you can go fuck off, you stupid dumb idiot, and your wife too. Look, man, I dislike people that don't have enough fucking space in their jock to say that shit to my face. Because there's nobody, I would fight Mike Tyson if he insulted my wife. I don't care. Brock Lesnar, fucking Ronda Rousey, fucking MMA champ. I don't give a shit. You talk about my wife, I'm gonna die trying to rearrange your internal organs. If you start a talking point, and you can't get to the point where when somebody asks you a question, please link this person in for me, and you don't know the link, you shouldn't be bringing up the point, especially on a topic about sexual assault. I understand what their point was, right? I understand what their point was. These people, by my original point, these people are culpable because whoever the first person, and I don't give a shit who this offends in Hollywood. I don't fucking care. If Gwyneth Paltrow was the first person that Harvey Weinstein sexually assaulted, she has some level of culpability for not going to the police when other people then ultimately, subsequently got sexually assaulted. I'm not victim blaming there. I'm simply saying she has some level of culpability. If Uma Thurman was sexually assaulted by him on Pulp Fiction, and then later went on to do other movies with him that he was financing, then she is absolutely culpable. I'm not blaming the victim here. If you did your one job, you didn't work with him again, you didn't want to say anything, I will never say the victim is wrong for keeping it to themselves. Because asking a victim to file a report, testify, that's a lot. That's a big ask. And you also have to recognize that entire thing can victimize them again. One of the big things we talk about in counseling is you don't want to re-victimize the victim. It's why the military, could destroy their life. It's why the military in about 2010, circa, I don't know the exact year, they created a situation of restricted and unrestricted reporting. If you go to your commander and you report a sexual assault, your commander must pursue it as a crime. But if you go to a peer and you say, I was sexually assaulted, then the peer can take you to mental health. They can take you to the chaplain, they can take you to the doctor, they can help you get the rape kit, they can do all those things. And all of those become in a restricted report, but we collect the evidence now because we can't collect it later. But holy fuck, when I ask you a question like, I know how Hollywood is, but there's a difference between you know because you know, magically quote and know, and you know because you were also sexually assaulted. Salty Bread, or Next said moral culpability. Right, there's a level of moral culpability and a layer of legal culpability. I could understand if you were sexually assaulted on a movie and you didn't want to report anybody. I could understand that. I could get that. I could get down with that. But if you worked for that person again, now I'm going to say, what the fuck? Now, some people are going to say, well, it was wrong for any of them to work with Harvey Weinstein after the rumors about him started. The what about him? The rumors? Oh yeah, the rumors about him. I'm not saying they weren't true. I'm saying I'm a big fan of this fucking idea that some people forget about. You are innocent until proven guilty. Everybody knows OJ fucking did it. Everybody with a logical thought process in their brain knows OJ fucking did it. But OJ was found not guilty, which means OJ was innocent. I don't like it. I don't have to like it. People get mad at me. Yeah, the court of public opinion will still condemn you. And what's even more bullshit is that because the threshold in a civil case is lower than the threshold in a criminal case, you can be found not guilty on the criminal case, be found culpable on the civil case. So you were literally found not guilty, but you still end up paying millions of dollars. OJ never recovered financially from the lawsuit. And part of the reason why people feel with the big feels, that OJ was found culpable on the civil trial was, if you remember, there were a lot of riots, a lot of hurt feelings in that era between OJ and some other notorious cases, where the juries of the civil trial felt that the victim didn't get justice, which is why my personal belief is that you should never be subject to a civil trial for sexual assault if you weren't convicted of sexual assault, because then the truth is the ultimate defense, and the truth of the matter is there wasn't enough to convict you criminally. But this fucking moron is like, look, I asked you a pointed question. If it was my talking point, you bet your ass I would have known. I would have had a list of all the people that Harvey Weinstein sexually assaulted. And when I brought up the point, I would have said, I would have asked the question, well, you're talking about the difference between a perpetrator and a bystander. What about all these people? And I would have said, okay, who are all these people? They're all his victims. Okay. Now we gotta break that down a little bit. Now we gotta break that down. It's like Chris Rock's joke. This is a horrible fucking joke. It's a horrible fucking joke, but we're telling it because it's the spot we have. You know that you have that member of your family that you shouldn't leave the kids around. If you ever tell me that you have that member of the family that you shouldn't leave the kids around, and that member of the family is there and there's kids around, I'm leaving, because that is one of those levels of you're culpable. Some of the psychology articles that you see, example of bad parenting, example of piss poor parenting. When a mother tells her daughter that she can't wear shorts around her stepdad. If a mother tells a daughter that she can't wear shorts around her stepdad, that stepdad needs to not be in the picture. Then you know. But holy shit, man, I'm not gonna fucking listen to not red flag. That red flag, black flag, immediate flag, fucking ignore your original objective. Leave nothing alive flag. If the reason you convict as a civil case is because you feel you should have been convicted in a criminal case, you miscarried justice, and you should have asked to be released. Yes. But some people, with the Carmelo Anthony thing, people are going on and on about why do prosecutors want to eliminate teachers from juries, and why do defense attorneys want to eliminate teachers from juries? Nobody wants teachers on juries. Prosecutors don't want teachers on juries because they're afraid that teacher is going to be like, oh, well, we can't ruin his life. He's got his whole life ahead of him. It was just a mistake. Blah, blah, blah. Defense attorneys don't want teachers on juries because teachers may have been fucked with by kids just like him, and I can't punish the kid who fucked with me, so I'll punish this one. Teachers are a bad pull on your jury. Neither side wants them. It's hurting our kids. Yeah, it is. But we've got a lot of things that are hurting our kids' IQs. They don't want them advocating to do hard deliberation either, as they used to teaching and getting a point across. Right, also true. Can they strike a juror by mutual agreement? No. What you have is you have 4 or 5, depending on the case, depending on the jurisdiction. You have 4 or 5 jurors that you can remove at Batson, as long as your reason isn't race. You can remove them for any reason other than race, which I don't understand. But each side can get rid of 4 or 5, depending on the jurisdiction, the nature of the case, blah, blah, blah. After that, you have an unlimited number of removals for cause. I don't know if gender is protected. It very well probably could be. I've never personally read a Batson challenge on appeal overturned due to a juror that was removed for gender. I'm not saying that doesn't exist. It very well may. Hold on, let's just. What are the reasons not allowed? Removal. Oh, race. Yeah, you're right. It's all the constitutionally protected characteristics. So race, ethnicity, gender, or religion. So yes, it's all the federally protected categories, except age. They don't have age on there. Race, ethnicity, gender, or religion. And age is a protected characteristic, elderly, but to be honest, I think the level of legalism present in the US creates more issues than it solves. Sure, comparably few innocents are convicted, but the institution deciding these judgments loses their legitimacy in the eyes of the public with cases like OJ, which is arguably a larger issue than the institution as powerful as the legal system creates a lot of resentment. That's a good question, Faye. I don't know. It literally just says race, ethnicity, gender, or religion. Back to what Salty Bread said, and then I'm gonna piece the fuck out. What you said was very, 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 very important. The problem is, right? Right. The premise, the cornerstone of the US legal system is the idea and the thought process that it is better for 10 guilty men to go free than 1 innocent person to go to jail. We designed it that way. We designed it that way. It was, we knew what we were designing. Well, not we, they. They knew what they were designing. They knew what they were designing. They did it on purpose. They did it intentionally. I'd argue that OJ wasn't convicted because of Rodney King more than anything else. Yeah, that's a problem. Justice wasn't done for one black man, so we give another black man a walk. Definitely the flaw in the system. Unfortunately, though, the what the fuck was his name? Johnny Cochran, and Johnny Cochran was a great litigator. He was a great attorney. He set that up. He got them to bite on the apple of if the glove doesn't fit, you must acquit. There was some that, I mean, ultimately, you should have argued that the gloves shouldn't be put on because the gloves would have a barrier between his skin and the gloves. Yeah, there are people that have said they didn't convict because of that. To be honest, it's not always fair. I think law as it is dispensed in the olden days generally created a healthier society. I agree with you. And we can talk about this on Monday. I absolutely agree with you. I think there is a mass. Oh, I will be a little late on Monday because I have an appointment before. I normally have my appointment on Tuesday, but somebody booked into my appointment. So, I'll be oh no, I won't. I won't be here at all on Monday. I have 2 appointments on Monday. I might come in Monday night a little bit. But in the old days, punishment was designed to be corrective for the masses. It's what the military is based on. One person in the military screws up, everybody does push-ups, because then you don't have to teach this lesson 60 times. You only have to teach it once. If I drop everybody for push-ups and I explain what this idiot did wrong, everybody fixes. But now prisoners have rights. Anyway, I'm out of here. I will be back Monday, probably Monday afternoon. I'll try to do politics Monday afternoon after my back appointment.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gale, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are a figment of Jalan's imagination. I don't think you will be